Hi! Hey everybody, it is 7 minutes after the moment after I press the go live button? 7 minutes after? Yes, it's just after. I need to run our first 3-minute, yourself. I need to run our first top of the hour 3-minute ad break to give the unsubscribed an hour of free time together, and 3 more minutes for you to figure out if you actually want to be here. I know you do. 3 more minutes for you to assess and achieve maximum codes. Get your snackies. If you don't have any, we'll make some soon. We're doing dessert first. See you in 3 minutes. Wake up. We're at Grandma's. Also, new camera, who dis? It's me. It's still be me. It's always been me. Silly gooses. Silly geeses. Still debating if I need to, like, you know, edge that more in the corner. We'll putz around with it later. Ace, thanks for being here. Zombuts, thanks for being here. Let's see, do I want this more in the corner? It's shifted some since I started. reckon I like it about right there. We'll make fine adjustments here. We're gonna start with dessert first tonight. I've got a no-bake, healthy, debatable, right? So everything here is like relatively healthy. That's kind of my baseline for most cooking, is relatively healthy. But all the same, they were ambitious enough to put healthy in the recipe title. Peanut butter bars recipe. We've made a version of this 90 days ago-ish. Not much to this. We just have to make our own oat flour, which oat flour is just taking oats and blending them. And then we're gonna mix that with some peanut butter, some chocolates, and some maple syrup. And then we're gonna put it in the freezer and probably have those at the end of stream. A few hours from now, Senor Donuts. Hi, welcome in. Caught me on a cook stream, you did, you got me. You caught me, partner. Welcome in, how we doing? How's your Saturday? Is it subarctic temperatures where you are? We're starting to get chilly again here. But we'll warm up. Which also, the changing weather added an incentive to making some adjustments to the menu tonight. I wasn't originally gonna make a soup. We're gonna make a version of one of my favorite things that I've also never tried to make before, Tom Kagai, or Tom Kakai, you might have seen it spelled it. Subtle variations on different menus depending on what Thai kitchen you're in. So the recipe says authentic Tom Kagai. This will not be authentic. There will be a few things like, what are we without? Macroot lime leaves, we have none of those. Thai chilies, we have none of those. Fish sauce we have. Lemongrass, we have none of that. And galangal, whatever galangal is, which is like cousin-ish to ginger. We have none of that, but we do have ginger. So I'll be using some ginger. So we have like a version of Tom Ka. We'll just call it Tommy K, since we're not quite getting all the way there. Let me see. Uncle Tom's soup. There we go. So remember, since we're white boying the shit out of this and we don't have enough of the recipes we need, we'll just call it Uncle Tom's soup. That'll probably be the thing that sticks. And I'm doing one of my favorite things, but also a different recipe for what I've made in the past, because this requires no blanching. A blanchless, I should do Miss Blanche. Maybe Blanche will make an appearance. A blanchless stuffed bell pepper situation. Some blanchless stuffed bell peppers. I forgot how you found me. It's always, yeah, it's a wonder. I've got a couple of my very favorite streamers out there. I still haven't the foggiest, still remaining nebulous notion how the fuck I found their stream. I imagine it was through a raid. There's a fruit fly here that is going to be murdered before long. Yes, come back. Come back. Where are you? I wonder what it likes about this station that I've put nothing on yet. Must be all the lights. But yeah, thank you for coming back. Jessica's a lot of fun. Like her streams too. Is she out now? I didn't even check. I've just been off of my own bullshit. You have your own state of being on fire. Don't ever change. Never change. Don't lose that spark. Well, thank you for opting in. To bring that flame here, we're gonna need it. We're gonna need it in a minute. I need to kick my oven up another 15 degrees whenever we get ready for the baked peppers. She is not live. Okay, sometimes we overlap. Though I think she tends to stream a little bit later than I do as well. Noise warning. I guess I can mute my mic whenever I run the blender. Oh, literal state is on fire. Okay, I interpreted that as like a state of being existentially. I was like, okay, this is existentially where we find ourselves. I can dig it. I'm about that. Let's round that off. Your entire state. Are you in LA? You're in California? Of course, there's more than just LA that I suppose could be on fire. Please stay safe. That perpetual state of alertedness and chronic stress, right? That's going to beset like a lot of chronic stress disorders. That's also going to behoove all parties to check in with some mental health professionals along the way and vent and debrief and validate your experience, because like what's happening to everybody amidst a fire or any disaster, any tragedy is fucked up to have such little control over something. It's not fair. It ain't right. Hearing that it's going to be better next time doesn't change how it is this time. Does that matter? What everybody's breathing in the moment. I need, I've already said right here, I need these cups. Clang-a-lang, clang-a-lang. Okay, it's gonna get musical here. This one doesn't have, okay. Chose the bowl with a rubberized bottom. So hopefully it doesn't slide around on me very much. You don't have to share any more than you're comfortable doing so. But have you had to evacuate? Have you opted into like hosting anybody? This is more than I need. Here we go. Here we are. Here we are. Let's do 3/4 cup oat flour, gluten-free. We don't want no glutens in there. Let's get, it's 2/3. Well, if we do 1/2 and 1/4, that's gonna be 3/4 cup in it. Or just do 3 of these. 3 of these is gonna hit it. Why does this look so greasy? What was in this? We'll clean it. What have you been up to? What have you been up to? We'll measuring cup. I've been lucky enough to be away from the danger zone. Okay. That is fortunate. It's still hard to live like any proximity to any disaster occurring, just that cataclysm and knowing anybody that's impacted. So amidst that all, I hope you are choosing to invest in the appropriate cognitive salves, whatever you like to take on. Eric, hello. Good to see you. Eclectic bruv. Hello. It's true. It's me. Said it, meant it, here to represent it. We're just getting started. We're just stretching our sea legs. We're doing dessert first. I'm gonna make some no-bake peanut butter bars. I'm gonna get those set and ready, and then we'll put them in the freezer for a little while. They should be ready to eat by the time we're done the stream. Grave Boo! Hi, Grave Boo. You little devil there. You had a stream earlier today, and I wasn't able to catch you. Which is my misfortune. Perhaps next time, perhaps you are... That was after a little bit of a hiatus, huh? Perhaps. You'll do another one in the very near future, and I'll get to come by and bid you the heartiest of hellos. You want to see some magic happen here? It's witchcraft. It's actually very easy. We're gonna make oat flour. Oat flour is the most singular, complicated thing I have made on this stream. Are you ready? We're gonna take all of our oats, we're gonna put them in this blender. And then we're going to tap into the school of Chris Angel and mind freak the shit out of this. And you. You ready? So it was oat. How does it become oat flour? Also, earmuffs, loud noise. Blender runs now. And oh la la, très chic, très bien. Look, we have oat flour. Oh my God, we did it. It's oat flour. Wow. Wow, Bob, wow. Wow, Bob, wow, we did it. We made oat flour. It's all there. It's a really real thing. Magic is possible. Better things are possible. You just gotta believe. We done mind freaked it. flour. My goal is soon. I like soon. It's vaguely threatening, but that's also kink activating, so thank you. Well, hell yeah. Well, hell yeah. Grave Babe got some homemade pizza in the oven. I can dig it. What are we throwing on that? What are we throwing on that? That makes the cooking stream parallel play, which we're all about. I missed out on Pizza for Thursday. Was pizzaless this week, and tacoless on my Tuesday, which is marvelously unfair. Fla. My work is vaguely threatening. Aura is vaguely threatening, but mostly sweet and bubbly. We contain multitudes, mama. That's the idea. That's the idea. Some elements of us are consistent, others keep you on your toes. That's how we tune our tingles. I look a lot meaner than I am. I don't know why I always heard that. Like anybody who became close to me later on was just like, I don't know, you just have one of those faces. One of those faces what? Like I got the mean brows, resting trauma face. I think it's just resting trauma face. Like we've been through some shit. It's not resting bitch face, it's resting trauma face. We've been through some shit. Our affect, our range is not always congruent with the moment. And mama, that's okay. Got a text, let me checks. Oh, can't watch that right now. Okay. Breaking news, people may not be losing their TikToks at 9 o'clock tonight or tomorrow. If only that was at all foreseeable. Like that resting trauma face. I'm a big fan of like, strengths-focused verbiage wherever applicable. Not tantamount to, not at all equivalent to like shoehorning in toxic positivity because fuck that. But true like cognitive reframes, those we dole out quite a bit. What else do I need? I need maple syrup and outside the maple syrup, what else do we want? Not much. Oh yeah, peanut butter. Good old cheap shit, but adequate but cheap shit. Aldi peanut butter, which would be fine. Crunchy peanut butter going in this. Ooh. And maple syrup. How much syrup do we want? This is gonna be culture shock. Hey cousin. Relay the happiest of big, beautiful, bodacious birthdays to Emma. So thank you for the lurk. Crunchy. It's the way to go. I mean, the recipe calls for creamy, right? But I'm disobedient. I'm a disobedient little slut. That's the way it's gonna be. How much of this do we want? I guess chocolate. Gotta have chocolate. Only half a cup? No, it's gonna be more than that. Quarter cup, just a quarter cup. Plus 1 tablespoon. Quarter cup plus 1 tablespoon. Precise measurement. Quarter cup plus 1 tablespoon. There is the very recently used it says thank you and I love you, te amo mucho. Get your snuggles on, snuggle up on the double up. Alright, there is mapled syrup. So how am I sounding, y'all? This is still early enough in the stream I can make some adjustments. So new camera here. New camera here. Hopefully nothing broke just then. New camera here. I'm trying the mic a little bit higher. I'm trying the lav mic a little bit higher on my strap. So maybe my audio's coming through better than the lo-fi jazz to cook by playlist. Sounds great. Thank you. Flour is a word coming from the finest, or to refine. So you can make flour of anything, just like my ex used my heart to refine. I am in a breakup 2 years ago. Jeez. That's, I feel that sting on the end there. Your flower heart, it will become whole again. I'm gonna say when, because we can't rush through healing. Unfortunate thing about healing and recovery and grief and loss and everything, it's just, and success for that matter, none of it happens on like a linear path. Which is mean to us, that is mean to us, very mean to us. But perhaps together, with a sense of community and the right blend of herbs and spices, you will become whole again. Alright, how much of the peanut? 1 cup. Just cup that. Let's do 1 cup. It's amazing none of this needs to be warmed to make it stirrable, a little more stirrable. There we go. I'm eventually going to move that bin closer to me. Woo! One cup peanut butter. That's about what I go through in a day, I think. I mean, I don't think I really eat an inordinate amount of peanut butter, but it's more than the average himbo. It's like good bread, the yeast needs time to grow. Yes. And we're fluid creatures, constantly changing. It's one of my favorite Doctor Who quotes from when Matt Smith's tenure was over, his departing episode. His last line, or one of his last lines, is, "We're all changing all throughout our lives. We've got to remember who we used to be." Paraphrasing, but it's more or less what he said. Also, the delivery was much more powerful than what I'm mustering at the moment. Alright, that's more or less a cup of peanut butter. What was the extra tablespoon we wanted? An extra tablespoon of maple syrup in there. Get off that spoon. Burb, enjoy your burb. We will be here. I've got some time to go yet. Got some time to go yet, cowgirl. So something about smelling this minty gum with the aroma of peanut butter is very unappealing. I think I'm gonna lose the gum. Ain't doing it for me. We need an extra cup, or not extra tablespoon of maple syrup, so let's add about that. Okay, mix all this up until well combined. I suppose I can do that with, let's try this tool. I don't know if this is the right tool for the job, but if not, we have others. We've got others. So what's everybody been up to this weekend outside of, you know, surviving? Yes, surviving, but how are you living? What good are you giving yourselves? What are you looking forward to? Little buddy floating around here that I don't want to mix in. We must have bought some bananas that came with some extra friends. Just a few fruit flies today that aren't normally here. This doesn't make a lot. This really doesn't make a lot. Perhaps I could have doubled this. Well, it says yield 12 bars, so we'll see. What's 12 bars? That shit turns into concrete before long. That's my go-to answer when someone asks how I'm doing. Manda Pop. Hi, Manda. Good to see you. Just made some spaghetti squash. First time ever, or is that a go-to recipe? It's one of my favorite things to make. I say that, I have a lot of favorite things to make because one of my rules is I have no single favorite thing. It's one of those things. Spaghetti squash is fun to make. It's just like the cleaving of the squash. That procedure of the cleaving is fun. And warming it and then actually, running the fork through it, getting a little spaghetti out of it. That part's fun. How am I living? Constant fear of the future of things out of your control? I think valid. And sometimes the antidote to that is to remember what we are in control of, which sometimes can also comparatively feel very little. Which is part of why I like cooking so much. Cooking is one of those things that is an antidote to a lot of the doldrums that we can get sort of, I guess it depends on our frequency to do so, but ruminating has its place, right? We ruminate as a byproduct of our mood. Rumination serves its purpose. It is a tool that's showing us something, but if it overstays its welcome, then it can negatively impact our ability to do other things that we know we like. So it's over-serving us. So what else we want to do? What's happening here? Senior Donuts, thank you for the cheer. That's a lot of bits. That's a lot of bits. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Kiwi, hi Kiwi, a new friend. Hi Kiwi, welcome in. We're making peanut butter bars, and I'm probably over-stirring this. I also forgot, I think that's like the third time that alert has been activated.
Holy wow.
Donut, thank you very much for the bits. Also, let's see, Donut, if you would, what do you prefer to go by? Do you prefer to go by Senior Donut? Any other name behind the pseudonym there, whatever you prefer. It goes for a lot of you. If you're relatively new here and if I haven't had a chance to ask you, if you go by anything other than the pseudonym that I see in chat, let me know, holla at your hogue. Same thing with pronouns, so we don't misgender your sweet little beautiful backside. And Ace, welcome back. Ace, welcome back. Amanda, it was your third time? Probably third time making the spaghetti smoosh? Fun. I love that. Also, if you're the Amanda that I think you are, and I think you are, it's good to see you. It's very good to see you. Same damn one. For those that know me, IRL, I just go by Hogue here for the most part, or you can call me Cable. Either one of those is fine. Pronouns he, him, his. Thrash and Crash, welcome in. Making homemade pizza and French bread. What are we liking on that pizza? Yeah, Amanda, this started off as like a fundraising redemption last March. No, end of April. End of April from a mental health fundraiser. Because we did 2 back-to-back fundraisers. We did one for child abuse prevention, another one for mental health. And one of the milestone incentives was submit me a recipe. I'll make it. We'll like spin a wheel to see who can win to submit a recipe, and we did that. And then we decided, we being me and the multitudes of me, decided that we liked cooking streams so much that we would just let everybody have a chance to submit a recipe to me, whoever did, enter that raffle that we had for the fundraiser. And so like 12 to 14 weeks later, like every Saturday became a night for cooking streams. It also coincidentally worked out because my partner's hospital schedule changed to where she then worked 3 back-to-back 12s. She worked Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 12-hour shifts. And so Saturdays just became kind of super conducive for this and meal prep. So we usually do 2 or 3 things. I try to bring on at least one new thing that I've never made before, or at least underexperienced with, just as a, personal challenge. Great new camera. Yeah, this is a lot better than the, 20-06 webcam. It's at least from like 2009. It's a very old webcam. It's rendering more than 14 frames a second. Kiwi pronouns, are they them for you? Okay. And good to have you here. I enjoyed chatting with you earlier in Graham's stream. So very good to see Graham's streaming. And what a unique approach, huh? I don't see a lot of writing streams out there. That is, I think, inspiring for several, even those who don't write, but do anything creative whatsoever, just to have some collaborative play, in a sense, with anybody, and to talk about different strategies for overcoming, like, internal objections for anything, because we can find some really, parts of us are really good at self-soothing so much that they can, sort of like what I was mentioning about rumination earlier, parts of us get really good at over-serving us and trying to protect us from exposure to imagined harms or ridicule that are probably not going to happen amidst an audience of those we're creating for, who majority want us to succeed, right? Which, for those who don't know, I'm referring to another friend of the community, Grams, who was doing a writing stream earlier, and he was writing a short story. They were writing a short story. And talking about, I think one of the questions comes up with a lot of anybody writing is, overcoming writer's block. But it's not just writer's block. It's, that's the colloquial term for if you're actually writing and stuck, sure. George R.R. Martin has been stuck with, riddled with writer's block for, I don't know, fucking decade. And that poor baby's still riding that wave. But for the rest of us, how is that applicable to anything else we want to do? How do we overcome our internal critics? I still defer to, and this is a little subjective, but there is evidence to support my claims. Movement is huge. Just communicating safety to your body through breath work can take a lot of, I don't know, it can quiet a lot of, even without a long exposure experience and use of like other cognitive therapy modalities, simple like breath work, movement, and like action of doing small things, like even going to get the mail, changing your socks, taking a shower, making your bed, little things like that communicate a lot of safety to the body. And you'd be surprised what you can do when you start doing little things for yourself. While I'm pontificating, motherfucker. Welcome in, Sarobi, good to see you. Definitely in a creative slump. I'm sorry, Amanda. And see, you're one of the most creative people I've ever met. And it's very human of you to share that. Of like, yeah, despite I think your literal job is dependent upon being creative. But that may even be like commission based with someone saying, hey, make this thing for me, outside of what you may be personally attached to and creating something for yourself. Yes, Amanda, you're very talented. For that matter, I don't think I can do it now. If you whisper me like a link to any website you have for what you use to create, if you're seeking commissions, anything like that, happy to help promote you. Wolf back to back-to-back 12-hour shifts. Yeah, and then she's off for 4 days. So I mean, that's sort of the the stressor she chose. think like with any of us, to have like some satisfaction of our work environment is to have some element of control, because that's usually where we start hating our jobs, is when they're locus of control. Not even locus of control, that's not the correct verbiage there. The autonomy, the agency that we have over our work versus being told what to do when we get there or whatever else. The more we have some semblance of agency and autonomy over our work, our happiness tends to go up. But when we lose that, or if we're pushed to the other side of that bell curve of choice, and that includes the hours that we work and then the hours we have our free time, satisfaction, burnout, both tend to swell there. Anything for some Amanda? So I guess where I'm going with that is she chose the 3 12-hour shifts to give herself 4 consistent days off afterwards. After about a decade already working in the hospital setting and playing with different factors, those very things of what you can manipulate, what you can't, because working in healthcare is one of those things. You don't know who's going to walk in the door in a given day, especially behavioral health. The worky part sucked, the personal RE part, I'm so sorry. That kind of happened with me in photography. Also, Carly, I don't know if I said hello, but good to see you, Carly. We're making dessert first, even though this is like a 15-minute thing that's already taken me like an hour to get through. It says total time 10 minutes, and I'm already however long into this. You love the vibe of my channel? You may, and thank you. It's mostly me, very little social masking here. But for what it's worth, in relatability and tongue-tieability, full disclosure, I chat a lot about mental health because I've worked in that career for 11 years, primarily in an educational capacity, and I have complex PTSD, autism spectrum disorder, and ADHD, so if those are anything that don't scare you away, kick it with us. That's the thing for that follow. Follows are anonymous. Feel free to consume as much space here as you feel safe to do so. Donut, thank you very much. Flattery will get you everywhere. Amanda, what is something that you want to work on? That's another antidote to a lot of change as we start getting caught up in the shoulds of I should be doing this, and sometimes we have to evaluate the should column outside of like necessary obligations. The should column can be separated, and sometimes it should be separated from the actual want to. Want is so much more empowering and motivational than shoulding all over ourselves. While validating, the experience of other stressors coming up for us that naturally take a physical toll, right? And mental health is connected to our physical health. It's all the same. Okay, we're going to take this mixture and put it into another container. That other container I thought I had nearby, and I don't. This ought to work. Recently painted my kids' rooms. That was creative. Okay. And that's another thing that can be helpful, is doing something for others when we can, when we've got the spoons for it. That's your kids, so you're doing something for them multiple times throughout the day, but that you're giving them a presumably significant, to use a term from Inside Out, core memory of having a parent literally paint part of their room for them. That's something they can connect with. So when it comes time for some reminiscence therapy years from now, they are going to be very grateful for that. And if they're not, I think it's cool as fuck. Okay, Okay, so this container is a little larger than what we need here, but it's all right. We could just add some more peanut butter and oat flour. Then we don't have to go to all that trouble. We have to mind freak our way into some more oat flour. I just don't know if we have that in us. We still have other things to make. You know what? We're gonna be good and we're gonna monitor our sweets. We're not gonna have too many sweets. Because we're sweet enough. We're gonna press this down. Try to make it kind of evenly because when this freezes, it's basically gonna make bars. I don't know if you see what we're doing here. We're just patting all that down. Because we're gonna add a layer of chocolate on it. And some other pretty things like, oh, I don't know, flaky sea salt. Painted room with the cupcake pink with white frosting. Oh wait, I think I saw the pictures of that. Yeah, that's badass. I want a cupcake room. Alright, I can't make that pretty or perfect, but that's what it's gonna have to look like. Also, yeah, I will put the recipes for all these in the Discord, and if I remember, because some things go poof, I'll post the recipes to the socials, to the Blue Sky, Threads for now. Got the recipes there. So I saw Sarobi pop in there. Sarobi, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the biddies and the look. Princeton University had a book published called Cooking for Crowds. You may want to check it out. What's the TLDR on that? Are you familiar enough with it to kind of break that down a little bit? Dilute it, attenuate it. All right, pour chocolate chips and remaining peanut butter into wait, remaining peanut butter? What do you mean remaining peanut butter? Oh, we need another half cup. I need another half cup peanut butter. What am I doing with my half cup peanut butter? I think that's going on the top. I think we're mixing that with the chocolate. Yeah, okay. So we put that into a microwave safe bowl and pull that over. What do I want to use? This is one of those things where I would probably benefit from using like a double boiler. And we're not.
The building blocks of shishi. Shishi meat.
Oh my god, thank you for the gifted subs. That's very sweet of you.
What's up? It's not that hard.
Oh no, did I freeze?
Let other people from other countries talk to you.
Might have frozen.
If they have peaches and it's just all peaches and cream all the time, it'd just be a dessert, you dongo. I love guacamole.
I might have activated a recipe card there.
The magnificent friend Senor Donut hath gifted 5 hogs. Would you like to submit a recipe? Hog will assure
That is the thing, Donut. You if you gift 5 subs here, not dissimilar from what I was describing from our fundraiser redemption, you submit 5 subs here, you have the option to submit a recipe to me later, and I will make it. I mean, I have the right to refuse. I tend to prefer like vegetarian, if we can. Minimize the red meat, but I'm mostly open to several things. John C. Reilly is frozen on my screen, isn't he? John C. Reilly is frozen on my screen. That's, well, that's kind of great. That's, I think that should stick around. Oh, look, he's gone now. I don't remember if that source is hosted through Stream Elements or Triggerfire, but I won't be solving that problem now. Are we back? Are we good? Are we pretty? Oh, John C. Reilly, you dummy. Take a snapshot. I don't have a recipe offhand. Okay, I've got a tablet here. I'm trying to maintain eye contact. Yeah, you're welcome to DM me later, and before I get my digits too dirty and less dexterous, let me pinch this. Don't switch. There's enough switches here already. Invite, copy. I do have a Discord. Here's your key to the front door. It is called the Hogstead. Why did that not copy? Just kidding. Use copy button. I believe you. I want to believe you. Copy and paste tool. Why is it not letting me do that? Is it a stream protection thing? Weird. Weird. I was gonna say, I've got a cooking channel in the Discord. Unless this is hidden use copy button. I am using the copy button, you shit. Keep forgetting. He might be there. But it's around. I've got a lot of mental health resources there, but outside of that, plenty of silly bullshit, space for cooking, space for recipes. Why is that not working? Well, I'll have to problem solve that later. Who's coming to see me? Who's coming to see
Cherry
me?
Bon has arrived with some sweet, brilliant,
Cherry
beautiful
Bon?
babies.
How could you? How could you? Hi, Cherry Bon. Cherry Raid, welcome in. We're doing dessert first. I don't think you mind. Doing dessert first. Y'all follow Cherry Bon. Hello again, Grams. Send in the Grams. Hi, Grams. Good to see you. Denge, Cherry, Ace. Yeah, Ace, if you've got a means to like copy and paste an invite to my Discord for everybody, you are more than welcome. For whatever reason, the copy and paste wasn't working here. It was just copying and pasting the verbiage that said, text hidden, use copy and paste button. Like, okay. I'm trying and it's not working. And it's making me sad inside. Cherry, what were you up to? And welcome in, everybody. I am Hogue, or you can call me Cable, either one of those. Or you can call me Handsome. We do cooking streams on Saturdays. I do 4 nights of streaming a week most of the time, and most of the time we do cooking streams on Saturdays. Sundays are a longer format. We do a lot of just chatting, psychoeducation, pop culture, bullshitting, and a lot of retro gaming. Retro gaming lately has been Legend of Legaia on PlayStation. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm gonna go earlier on Monday because I'm off work, company holiday. I don't think I'd be paying. There's nothing else significant going on Monday, right? Nothing of consequence worth paying attention to. No giant culturally relevant, really anything. We're doing something else that day. But welcome in, everybody. Cherry. Did we get a shout out for Cherry? I might have to take care of that. Can I do it from here? I've got a separate keyboard. I may be able to do it from here. My Ray brought Cherry Boost, Cherry Bon. I heard there's Cherry Boost. We brought Cherry Boost to the final boost of good luck. Cherry Bon, final boost. I like it. So Grams, how'd you get on your? How far did you get on your short story? Yeah, there we go. This should work. My cooking streams always feel so much less socially agile than my other streams. Amanda, did you just say you expressed an interest in streaming? I'd be happy to have a dialogue with you about that. It's very easy. Don't go. Do prioritize what you need. I tell anybody any given time, prioritize what you need. And that includes y'all who came over with the raid. You spent quantifiable amounts of time with your streamer of choice there. And if you're done with Twitch for the day, off you pop. Go do other things. Go wash your butts. Wash your ass parts. And if you don't need to do that, do it later. We have a few other things to make tonight. We got about a third of the way through the prologue, switched over to some Stardew with Kiwi baby cakes. I was enjoying chatting with Kiwi too. Discord command and link works. Oh, thanks, Ace. I always thought the link was temporary, and I wasn't sure if I ever patched that command here. So that's a goddamn blessing that works. Yay. And we were getting down on, oh, Ace is gonna like that. I think, Ace, did you see what Cherry was up to? Down on some Kingdom Hearts? Donut, thank you for joining up. Sometimes we also do movie nights on Thursdays. Sometimes the Strawberry Tea Honey, aka Heather, is our most ardent supporter of the movie nights. And I don't know if they were fucking around earlier, but it sounded like they had a hell of a choice for us coming up. Y'all can preemptively follow Mandapop if you have the volition and the clicks to spare. The same thing with Grams. Grams was streaming earlier. Also, for those just joining us, we are, again, dessert first. I'm very slowly, by which I mean I'm adding like 40 minutes to a 10-minute cook time. And by cook time, I mean there's no cooking with this. This is a no-bake, no cook recipe, but we're doing a peanut butter bar. We're making some peanut butter bars to have something to snack on. So we blended some oats, just some oats like this. We blended those to make oat flour. We mixed that with some peanut butter and some maple syrup. Patted that down, and then we're gonna melt some chocolate and some extra peanut butter and make a topping, which I'm not getting around to any speed whatsoever. It is the Game Boy Advance version, and it is suffering, and I adore it. Art is suffering. I adore it. Yes. Sure, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Ace, I'll have you know, for that matter, Kingdom Hearts fans, I'll have you know, I bought so Half Price Books, for those familiar, Half Price Books is a chain of stores that we love to support. My local Half Price Books had a 20% off sale after the holidays, or I guess between Christmas and New Year's, they had a big like annual 20% off sale. Sometimes they sell retro gaming. I went in, and I've never played a Kingdom Hearts game in my life, but they had Kingdom Hearts 2 for the PS2 on sale for like, with the 20% discount, it was like $6. I don't know if that's a good deal. I didn't check like market rate, but it was a good enough copy. So eventually, you know, Kingdom Hearts will be played and we'll work our way up to the sequel, but I also need to reconnect the PS2 at some point. There's so much to do. It won't be stopping stream anytime soon. That's a good deal? Okay. Sweet. I thought you'd like to hear that. I need to show you the copy tomorrow. I'll show you the copy tomorrow because it's in the office. Kingdom Hearts 2 is so good in 6,000. Okay. Well, groovy mama. All right, how much in this do I need to add? So did anyone else join? Thought I saw Thrash and Crashers to make cheesy breadsticks out of the croissant dough. Ooh, I think ambitious and valid choice. Please do. We love the savory, we love the umami. Mommy. What is the cover on this one? I think it's like black and it's like really shiny. It's like a dark, silvery, I guess kind of black, but it's very shiny. So I don't know if that means it was separated from like a special package, like a collector's edition or what. The plastic shroud on the case is kind of funky. It's, the case wasn't like super well preserved, but the disc was fine. Know so many people were first introduced with the sequel. Okay, they knew as much about what the heck was going on as any of us. Yeah, from what I understand, the story is like more convoluted than like a David Lynch program, a David Lynchian program. Maybe there's more answers within that. Enough sleuths and true believers out there to you know, weave that tapestry together sensibly for everybody. Okay, let's get a cup of chocolate chips. trying to... So out of all the cooking streams we've had, it wasn't until the last one I've had, I don't know, I'm underestimating, let's say approximately 50 cooking streams, and I've never wounded myself, no puncture wounds, no cuts, bruises, open wounds on any stream until the last one where I sliced off part of my index fingernail, which I don't recommend. Exposing the skin under the nail is painful for anybody who probably knows that if you've ever slammed your finger in a car door or anything else, or just had a situation where the nail was removed. Stung like a motherfucker, but we're back, we're ready, it's okay. The boo-boo is less booed and more healed. You know, we're back, just there on the edge. Lopped it right off last stream, bandaged it right up, and we went on about our business. That's why I mentioned that, is because I just put my palm right down on top of the blade from my blender and was like, oh, what's this sharp thing? Oh, that's the blade from the blender I put in the sink. Good for me. I did not go any further than that, fortunately. No injury. It was funny, I guess, it's funny, debatable, funny, fucked up, coincidental, happy coincidence there. It was like 10 minutes prior, I was just talking about like my knife work. I was basically telling chat, like, yeah, this is more or less how you want to hold a blade. You know, keep it here, this gives you a lot of control over what you're doing. But the thing is, don't use me as inspiration for your knife work. For fuck's sake, don't use me as your inspiration for knife work. I did used to work in a commercial kitchen a long time ago, and I was shown how to hold a knife, but what I never got right was a couple of things. I was always elbows out, which pissed everybody on the line off, but it was just my way. Never quite got that right, no matter how many times they walked by and popped a pan on my elbows to tuck them in. Never quite got there. And the other thing was, I was shit at curling my fingers back, but I also never resulted in an injury. Never say never. But all the same, I was just talking about, like, yeah, I never really curl my fingers back, don't use me as inspiration, and then moments afterwards, beans. We did it. It was also really fun because I was trying to teach myself to play guitar, and you know, when you're first learning to play guitar, these little digits are extra sensitive, because no calluses are formed there, and you've got like what, 2,000 little nerve endings on the end of every fingy, and yeah, I noticed it's been playing guitar for a few days, which is kind of a bummer. But we're back, we're okay. Cut yourself, duck your wound in salt, it hurts a little. I didn't do that. I had some alcohol swabs on the side that I just like hit it with immediately and grinned and bared it. The salt I could get if you're wanting to, you know, absorb a little bit. I wonder if I can just melt the chocolate in this cup. That might be the thing to do. I think it wants everything melted together. Cup of chocolate chips, half cup of peanut butter. I discarded that spoon, didn't I? I've run afoul to myself. I think 2.5 of those ought to be enough. This uses almost an entire jar of peanut butter. Alright, that is probably not recommended with baking, but eyeballing it. I'm gonna lose this gum. The gum is not recommended pairing with peanut butter. Gum is not recommended pairing with peanut butter. Let's warm this up. Sometimes with cooking streams, I like to say that what we're making and relatively healthy gets thrown around. The vernacular, cooking streaming colloquialism vernacular we're using here. Relatively healthy gets thrown around a lot, and then low effort, high reward gets thrown around a lot. This is a very low effort, high reward type of dish. Dessert. Donut, good to see you again. Said goodbye so much already, but this time I mean it. You really mean it. I really mean it. I'd love to see more of you. And if you stream too, let us know. Or if you create anything at all, let's celebrate that. Don't be afraid to share it. If you're not able to submit a link, submit it in a whisper to a VIP or a mod, and we'll get you out there. Get some wind in your sail. You do stream as well. Okay. Make sure. Okay, I get you. I'm following. Okay, I'm following. Good for me. I preemptively followed. I must have picked up on that somewhere. Well, now that's locked in. Yeah. Have a good night. Don't let me keep you. Sherry, have not. Oh, Ace was asking, have you checked out the modded
To tell you the
emulation?
truth,
I've
I'd
not.
like to learn more about you.
But then again, how would I? I'm woefully underexposed to most things Kingdom Hearts. So I've watched Ace play a little. I watched Manic Socratic do like his first playthrough of Kingdom Hearts 2. By 2, I mean as well. As well, also likewise. But, you know, the first game, not the sequel. Zombots, welcome in. Good to see you. You're not late at all. A zombie arrives precisely when he intends to. And you're almost in time for dessert. Y'all throw some follows towards Senior Donut and, of course, Zombie Phoenix. There's one of my streaming besties. I'll be going to, don't tell me, I'm gonna get it. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's Midwest Gaming Classic. We're gonna go to Midwest Gaming Classic in April. First weekend of April. Come one, come all. Would love to have another meetup at a retro gaming convention. Let's see if these took... These are going to need more time. These are going to need more time. I can already tell. I just have a, you know, I have a knack for these things. I'm so used to taking chocolate like that and doing like the double boiler method. So microwaving just feels very... It's like a bastardization of the process. Let me just microwave this your chocolate real quick. We'll pour it on there. It'll be fine. We don't got to tell anybody. The one of a kind, yeah, 10-minute, 1 hour to 10 minute desserts. Your experience with this may vary. Let's check this out. Despite my uncanny ability to be neurodivergent as fuck about this, look here, look here, look here, not here, here. Yeah? Yeah. 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 We did it! Nothing wrong with microwaving, thank you, Amanda. And yeah, I need validating sometimes too. Hey, look at this. Look at how much brown we're mixing here. There's so much brown. It's brown on brown. It's like that country song. It came upon me brown on brown. There was a lot of doo-doo, yeah. It's brown on brown. Everybody knows that one. Like 12 people know that one. Cherry Bun, thank you for the lyric. Thank you for coming to see us. Everybody hang out with Cherry. She's wonderful. She's bright. She's funny. Time to watch Eva. Pilot the Eva, Shinji. Yeah, do watch something light and fluffy. Have a palate cleanser in mind. since I'm so prone to giving fucking unsolicited advice here for, if you're gonna watch Neon Genesis Evangelion, have a palate cleanser in mind after the episode. TikTok officially went dark. Damn, I didn't know they were gonna do it tonight. I thought we had like an extension tomorrow. It'll come. You know what? Make a prediction, and I'm not putting any money on it. I'm guessing the Vegas odds are pretty high, since it, not even surreptitiously, not even covertly, but very clearly overtly earns a lot of points for the Trump administration to bring it back. I don't think it's going to sunset yet, at least not long term. Why? Because capitalism. What they want to quell is political organizing and anything that would be in the realm of dissent from, you know, Christian nationalism for the most part, an unwavering commitment to arguably dumb shit Trump devotee ideologies. So they kind of want to mitigate, it's some time to mitigate that and sell to a more loyalist owner. But outside of that, it's well, I guess any social media tool can be, well, any social media platform can be used as a tool for organizing. TikTok was just one that was more notorious about it. And a lot of pro-Palestinian support on there, which made some people feel squishy, and people feeling squishy about not being unwaveringly pro-Israel. So they probably want to get a rein on that. One of the last videos I saw used the final lines at the end of the Muppet song. Aww. That's actually a lot sweeter than I was expecting it to go down. Also, I feel really badly for a lot of, well, the millions of people who use that for like their primary business. We gotta spread this before it thickens back up. I know it. I know it. And I know what I was getting out there wasn't the most eloquent. I've said that. I mean, we were kind of discussing the same ideas, unpacking very similar ideas on a previous stream. All right, look at all that brown. Do expect to get a measurable amount of that on your digits. Now what are we gonna do? This is gonna go in the freezer for an hour, but not yet. It's not gonna go in the freezer for an hour yet because I gotta pretty it up. We gotta make it sexy. We gotta pretty it up. Unlike Mondo, who is already prettied up, don't need no extra. So I'm gonna put some sliced almonds on the top of this, and I'm gonna hit it with some flaky sea salt. And then we're gonna put it in the freezer. Ooh, you know what else I want to hit with this with? I want to hit this with some hemp seed. I need to hurry, better hurry. I want to hit this with some hemp seed and flax seed. Of course, this is the part where if you are mimicking this recipe and doing your own version of it, then choose your own adventure, mama. But look at this flaky sea salt. It's kind of a wondrous, I feel like the multi-sensory experience anyway. It's a wondrous little texture to have. Play with. Top off with. If it comes back, then we'll run into the ground like Twitter. And that's also a valid, foreseeable outcome to anticipate. Of it kind of being a shadow of its former incarnation. Has anybody made a Red Note account and have anything to say about it? Objectively, preferably about Red Note accounts. I've seen some mutuals out there that have already gone to Red Note. Some of those also have made the Red Note account and just as quickly in as many days deactivated it. Which I would hope was out of their own volition and not for, you know, anything nefarious. There we go, that makes it a little more dietarily friendly, right? A little extra fiber on there, hemp and chia. All right, we're gonna drop this in the freezer for an hour, and then we can start on the other stuff. Well, our freezer's pretty full. Let's move this chicken over, and move this another bag of shit over, and then, okay, it worked first try. It worked first try, yay! Voila. Grams! Life is like a movie, write your own ending, keep believing, keep pretending. We did what we set out to do, thanks to the lovers, the dreamers, and you. Did Kermit deliver that? Thanks to the lovers, the dreamers, and you. Which I believe must have on purpose. Wait. If it comes back to run to the ground. So, oh yeah, I do too, absolutely. Well, I say a belief. Belief would be a little firm. I would entertain the idea. I would entertain the valid speculation as one of many potential machinations going on behind the scenes, influencing a also very probable outcome. You do get red note, it can be discouraging when you can't read the words, but networking English updates. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense for them to recognize and welcome a user base. Even if, so my understanding was the original intention of that app was not really an equivalent to TikTok, it was more like an equivalent to, and correct me if you know otherwise since you're using it, it was like a lifestyle app like Yelp. And so it was used to review things and post like very light updates, but not for like essays or education necessarily, or you know, something along those lines. It sounded like somebody went to lurk. Enjoy your lurk. You darlings, enjoy your lurk. Ace went to lurk. Everybody follow Ace Play and Draw. Wonderfully creative, sweet human being. That is the Muppet song. It's Kermit, but the other Muppets join in for the last 3 lines. Okay. I think if I saw that, it would just. I'm extraordinarily sensitive, which is a strength. But I've already had a good cry recently. I don't need another. You got the Sesame Muppets in there? Yeah, that would break me. With the Muppet Show Muppets and the Sesame Street Muppets combined, with their powers combined, you are helpless putty. Let me put away these baking items so we can do non-baking items. Okay, so for anybody taking notes, that 10-minute recipe took however long we've been streaming. You can do it in less. I assure you can do it in less. That goes for like everything I've ever made here. You can do it in less. So if anybody's ever been discouraged about like starting anything cooking anyway, if that's part of like a motivational, structural challenge you're overcoming, just trust that you can make it faster than I have here. 10 minutes. 10 minutes for that. Chuckies. Chuckies go back. Let's go back. Peanut butter. It looks like we have an ad break that we need to run pretty quickly, which we can do while my digits are dexterous and not dirty. What am I missing? Muppet Fans Unite, yes. There was a mural here on the backside of a, it used to be a concert hall called the Live Oak, and then it was bought out and it became like a barcade. And it was like part of another chain of barcades, which is not a problem as much as I miss it being a music venue. The thing was, it was a music venue. The back side of it had Kermit on a stool. It was like an isolated stage. It was a mural of Kermit on a stool with his banjo, and kind of like characteristically singing out to anybody walking by. And I loved that mural. I've got a picture of my dad and I in front of it, but with ownership changes, lease changes, whatever else, it's gone. It's gone now. I noticed that pretty recently. The mural is gone. Sad. Hogue Tears. Saw it for its 45th anniversary in theaters and sobbed no shame. Wait, which Muppet movie? And Mondo, also Mondo, welcome man, good to see you. Mondo, have no sentiment for TikTok whatsoever. He used the app once, decided it was overwhelming, and immediately got rid of it. It's, I suppose it's like anything. If it's not for you, then rid yourself of it. You know what you like, what you don't. I can see the appeal. I can definitely see the appeal. But likewise, I made an account, never used it. I made an account towards the end of last year, like November-ish, and then didn't do a thing with it. Really appreciate the Renault users from China attempting to learn English and vice versa. It's caused a class consciousness between many. That is an important critical element to maintain as well. The solidarity between working class and all of us, because that connective tissue is what's going to help us overcome and ride a lot of really hard things out while we continue to resource everybody up, including ourselves. This was the first Muppet movie. Okay. I would probably benefit from watching that again. What do we want to do next? Let's save the Tom Kha, the version of, since I'm missing like half the ingredients for this Tom Kha Kai soup, and we're making a very white boy version of it, let's just call it Uncle Tom's soup. We're gonna make Uncle Tom's soup last. So the next thing we're gonna do is stuffed bell peppers. Let's make some stuffed bell peppers. After we run an ad. I'm gonna run an ad and I'll get my prep station together. For those unsubscribed, please stand by, and thank you for sticking around supporting the stream. There will be 3 minutes of ads. Typically, why we run 3 minutes of ads, when we do that, typically, not when I'm cooking, but typically, we run 3 minutes of ads to give ourselves a break. Go make piss, go make a snack, go make friends with your neighbors. Perhaps we can do for more of that, but 3 minutes to assess and achieve whatever you need. Do a quick body scan from your toes to your tits, maybe a little higher, and notice where any tension's coming up for you. Put some ease to that. We're doing those 3 minute breaks. So I'll be here, but you use this interval to, by most accounts, it's already pretty late, right? By most time zones, it's already pretty late. Take your PM medication, drink water pose. We're in yoga, drink water pose, Hydrasana, get some. The point is, if you're not subscribed, there will be 3 minutes of disruption, but I will be right here. Kiss your pets. That's right, kiss your pets. Boop their snoots, kiss their pets. Let your pets kiss you. Give sugars. That's right, they come here and give sugars. We love giving sugars. Apparently Blue Sky is working on Instagram alternative. I saw that too. What did I not like about it? Oh yeah, it was no video. They were doing something with no video, which I suppose we can go without video for a change. Is it overrated? But I did see that. And then separately, they were, I think they should merge this honestly, because I would prefer to post video and images in the same space, but I saw another post about them making a separate video app. And then another one, like speculation is all over the place, and I much prefer to cite my sources and have the most credible information to share as possible. And with what I was seeing, was posted on Blue Sky, and I didn't take the time earlier, nor did I have the time earlier to qualify the source. But one of them was also posting like, oh yeah, the former owner of the Dallas Mavericks is interested in funding, the Instagram alternative, whatever else. Amanda, I was obsessed. I'm really sad it's gone now. With seeing the sad goodbye videos and such. Everyone's saying we will meet again like it's the last day on Earth. Yeah, that's, you enjoyed the space there. You probably found some creators there that you connected with. And for that matter, I think for a lot of people it was mood scrolling as opposed to doom scrolling. You're using it to boost your mood, find things that are relevant to your interests, give yourself a salve from the pangs of the day. It was one of those places, and now, absent finding where everybody migrated to and staying connected with them, there's, that's gone. That's something to grieve. It's a very real thing to grieve. We need bell peppers. This is turkey, and there's some bell peppers. Those are jalapenos. We have more bell peppers than that, partner. That's what I'm after. Got some onion here. Need a wet washcloth under that. Okay, now that it's less likely to slide around on us, I need to turn my oven up 15 degrees. Start. I'm gonna move my rubbish bin a little closer here. That'll help. Let that water run to get some of that chocolate out of these bowls. Because right now it's looking kind of nasty. But yeah, Amanda, I am sorry you and anybody else who was enjoying use of the TikTok, and rightfully, literally grieving its loss. I am not just playfully using that word. Let's give these a quick rinse. The recipe we're making calls for using 6 bell peppers. The thing is, I only have 5. I used 1. In a salad yesterday. We should be out of ads now. So if you made it through the ads, thank you for your patience. Thank you for riding that wave. We are on to making some stuffed bell peppers. And this is not a recipe I've made before. I've made stuffed bell peppers before, and when I've made them previously, it required blanching them. So like getting a pot of water going, dropping these in for like a minute, taking them back out and giving them a quick little dunky in a bowl of ice, and shocking them, making the outer membranes nice and malleable. ready to be stuffed. This doesn't call for that, so I'm curious how everything's gonna behave. This calls for like baking the peppers first, and while they're baking, then we cook our meat. Our meat in this case is gonna be ground turkey. Light lean. Actually, I'm not crazy about this. I prefer it to have a little more fat. I prefer the turkey to have a little more fat, but we're using ground turkey. Why didn't you see the ads? I don't know. Sometimes the ad scheduler, like I'm running them, but sometimes you don't always get hit with them. I think it depends on the interval at which you joined and whenever you get caught with them, so you might have bypassed them.
Oof, that water gets so hot.
Which is kind of exactly what we want.
It gets so hot, oh my gosh.
Sometimes I clean as I go. I don't always, but it depends on how much sink space I need along the way, and I'm kind of thinking I'm going to need a lot of sink space as I go. But the truth is, yes, you are special. That's looking much better over here. I don't know if my sink is in view. I might have cropped that off, but this will look a little tidier over here. Last cooking stream, I waited until the very end, like after stream, to clean everything up. I was here for another hour and a half. So fair warning, if you do make this dessert, if you made that peanut butter and chocolate dessert, expect, though it is not a lot of ingredients, it was like 5 ingredients max. It's a sticky mess, sticky, stodgy mess. Just like me. It's a sticky, stodgy mess. Alright, that is clean as can be. Alright, what's our first step? This calls for, that is the Tom Kha recipe. We're not making Tom Kha right now. We're not making Uncle Tom's soups. Just say you're special. I didn't even read the line. I knew what to do. I knew what to do there, and you are special. I didn't even need prompting. It's because I'm a good friend. Hi, Heather. Please be okay. Please be okay. You're okay. Good to see you again, friend. Also, I hope you've got an extra blanket around your partner from what you were describing earlier. It sounded like a very scary day. Every comfort for them. Desserts in the freezer. Desserts in the freezer. You know, getting ready. So give us about 40 minutes. We'll be ready to share. Welcome in, Heather friend. We're about to make some bell peppers. And look, they're made. Oh my God, we did it. Thank you. We're gonna stuff these. We're gonna prep them for stuffing. This recipe calls for 6 bell peppers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and how many? We have 5. We have 5 bell peppers. We're 1 short, and that's okay. I love this description. Olive oil for rubbing. Olive oil for rubbing. For the streamer. Bell peppers get vegetable oil. Alright, we're gonna get olive oil for rubbing. 1 pound ground meat, we're using ground turkey. We've got 1 medium onion. We'll chop that. 3 cloves garlic. This also calls for zucchini. I haven't eaten zucchini. Becoming okay. This morning was not lovely. If you're still, riding that wave of intensity, also valid. Also very valid. That would be normal. Moving my screen around. There we go. So I didn't see this happen, but it must. It simply must. Mwah! We need baby Bella mushrooms. Oh my goodness. Do we have baby Bella mushrooms? Bella, where have you been? Loca mushrooms. Bella, where have you been? Loca mushrooms. I still have the tofu in there I want to do something with. 8 ounces. This is 8 ounces. I'm not going to use all 8 ounces because we are 1 shy on our bell peppers. We'll give these a rinse over yonder. Let this hang out over here for a minute. What else we need? A bunch of dry herbs. A bunch of dry herbs in this one. This calls for oregano, parsley, thyme, red pepper flake. You know, it's one of my favorite ingredients. And I was surprised. Like, I feel like culinary experts would sneeze at the idea, scoff at the idea, you know, cringy and squishy about the idea. You're adding red pepper flake, but surprisingly, a lot of them use it. A lot of them use the red pepper flake for a very controllable, sensible heat. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to use. You are welcome. Very much enjoyed the Mario Karting with you recently, had a friend. And we'll do it again. We'll do it again. And are we watching Shark Tale? Are we really watching Shark Tale? So earlier I was telling everybody sometimes we have movie nights in Discord. Lately, Heather has been on a roll. We've been on kind of a Miyazaki kick. Graciously and gratefully been on a Miyazaki kick, which has caught me up to a lot. Arrietty and Nazca especially was, we didn't redeem Nazca, but all the same, Miyazaki kick. Nazca and Arrietty, 2 of my favorite animated films I've ever seen. How does it want us to prepare these? I almost matchstick this. I was like, I don't need to just chop this up, match, and then we're gonna stuff these. Oh yeah, it's printed front to back. Preheat to 400. Okay, we're at 400. Have the peppers from stem to the base. Then remove the seeds and membranes. Drizzle. Oh, okay. This is going a little bit different. As opposed to just like lopping off the top. I'm used to lopping off the top with these. And then, you know, stuff in that way. In this case, we're gonna go down. Which I'm excited by. That's new. We're just gonna gut the interior here. Some of that rib meat can stay. Don't chop a fingertip again. I don't intend to. The pain stung enough. Though I think migraines gave me some habituation to pain to some extent, but it was enough that I just thought I did not look forward to doing it again. Thank you for the words of caution. Okay, so I'm gonna, just for the sake of this not falling apart, like you can remove that. I think option to remove that is more of the thing there. I'm not gonna totally tear that out because even removing that little bit of rib meat is, we don't want to compromise the structural integrity here of the pepper, you can see. I want to get some of these seeds out. Also, this looks like, for me, this looks like a nice little treat, huh?
It's so crunchy.
Do you hear that? Zombie? You can have the other half. Yeah. It doesn't work if you don't open your mouth. I get it here. You want me to mama bird it to you. I'm sorry, y'all, we have a very special friendship. Do you want the choo-choo? Do you want the airplane? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Mama bird me. It's not for everybody, but it's for us. It's for us. You gotta level up to that kind of thing in your relationships, and you'll never get there if you don't talk about it. Talk about your kinks with your partner. You're missing out if you don't. I think this is looking right. I'm so used to doing the top-down presentation here. Remove the stem of the base, remove the seeds and the membranes. Drizzle lightly. Drizzle with olive oil. Okay, well, I won't question it any further. Ooh, that one's a seedy little mama, isn't it? Betty Back, is that a threat? Promise me ever. Do come back. Take as long as you need. Take as long as you need. You have 7 minutes, but take as long as you need. These are so pretty. The Vila Punch. That makes me want to get my own. Not that I want to emote copycat anybody, but it makes me want to get my own. Get your own punch emote, copycat. Of course, we have a big subscription goal to hit before I can add some more emotes. And maybe we will. Maybe we will. I need to do a 3-year. I've got somewhere at the end of this month, probably right at the end of the month, we'll have a 3-year streaming anniversary to celebrate. So maybe we can do it then. Here we go. Don't need to keep you. But we could. I hate that I'm throwing those away because those are things you can keep for like a veggie stock. So I've got the camera cord in the way of some of my chat on this tablet, and it looked like you wrote, "I humped my house." Which if you love where you live, awesome. I haven't considered it as a somatic experiencing gesture to show my gratitude for my home and what we've earned over time. But now I am. Now I am thinking about it. That's also not what you wrote. Oh, wait, you didn't mean to delete Heather's text. Well, as long as she's not banned, might double check and make sure she's not banned. Did you accidentally ban Heather? I would be very sad if you accidentally banned Heather. I remember one of my, granted this is my first stream, but I remember one of my first streams, I had, I'd asked, we got a raid from Lux Lupus, and I asked her to share like a link for her Linktree or her art or something like that. And my security settings were so high, it was set such that if somebody dropped a link who wasn't a VIP, they were auto-banned. I was like, yeah, she's a, creator extraordinaire. She, creates in different physical and digital mediums. So yeah, go ahead and drop your link. And then she did. It was Lux Lupus is banned from the channel. But, well, goddamn it. And then, her raiders got a kick out of it. I was embarrassed that faded. All right, have the peppers from stem to the base, remove the seeds and membranes, drizzle lightly with olive oil. We're gonna do that, arrange in baking dishes, bake for 25 minutes. Bake for 25 minutes. Pan side down. Pan side down? What dish do I want to use for these? Just a question. Thought I was gonna drop them in these, but no. Let's use a larger sheet. Let's use this old trusty thing. Let me get some parchment paper. Apologies for the noise there. I reckon that was rather sharp. That will kind of do. Give that a crease and maybe it won't bounce around on us as much. I like it. Okay. And I was gonna put all these in once, but let's just do a few at a time. And coat these in some extra virgin olive oil. Let me get those tongs, and we make sure they work. Always make sure your tongs work. How? That's how. Tongs are functional, fully charged. I'm sure these will release some moisture along the way. So we'll kind of keep those a little further away from one another. A couple, 2 seeds in there to get out. If we don't remove the seeds, what happens is we grow a little bell pepper farm in our tummies. Or it's the nightmare fuel you tell your kids. Or don't. I don't know if you caught it, but I think I'll do a... No, I didn't see that. So Zombie is somebody that we participated in a big fundraiser with all through December. And we have a bunch of milestone incentives from that fundraiser to make good on. One of which was a cooking stream here that we already did. We made a recipe, we made oxtail. We had an oxtail recipe sent to us. Braised oxtail submitted to us. It was one of the incentives that we did. Another milestone incentive stream is for Zombie to use some of his darkest magic available and corrupt a poor baby computer with all the best viruses. Yeah, we raised $4,000 in December for Doctors Without Borders. So I still owe us, and I don't think I'm gonna do this in the coming days because it's gonna be like 20 fucking degrees tomorrow, but I still owe us an exercise stream, a mid-intensity interval training workout stream. I owe us a Space Ghost cosplay, which we've done before, and oh yeah, AZ Collins and I, another streamer, and I, another one of our streaming besties, AZ Collins, whose birthday is tomorrow. We're gonna do a Hot Ones interview. We're gonna do the Hot Ones challenge while he interviews me. And I'll probably make sure I'm off work the next day for reasons. So Zombie, you're next Sunday. Okay, so next Sunday. We got a week to build and grow and hype anticipation for your coding corruption stream. To make sure that you're dedicated, and we all have one, to make sure that your FBI agent is watching that day. Zombie's FBI agent is gonna have something to look forward to. All right, are these ready to go? They don't look thoroughly coated, but we're at 400. We've got temperature, and we're at 400 over here. These are gonna go on for 25, and do we flip these at any point? It actually says to put these pan side down. Let me flip these over. I just realized these need to go pan side down. So let's do that. almost. There we go. Yeah, that's better. All right, 25 minutes. Peppers, straining juice pan, maintaining oven temperature. Okay. Now let's set a timer. 25. That will make a darling little song for us when the timer's up. While the peppers are cooking, set a large skillet over medium heat. When hot, add in the ground beef and cook for about 5 to 6 minutes, breaking it up with a wooden spoon until no longer pink and cooked through. Use a slotted spoon to remove the bowl, move to a bowl and set aside. Same skillet over medium heat, and a good drizzle of olive oil. When hot, add onion and garlic. Okay, well let's go ahead and prep our onion and garlic. Let's get that ready. Pan side down means nothing to me. It was, yeah, it's not like either side are technically pan side down. I guess it just means like the biggest surface area side. I don't know. My kingdom for garlic.
To tell you the truth, I'd like to learn more about you.
What's that? Who we learning about with our special zombie shout out? Who's that getting sugars? Some wonderful crepey outer layer and garlic. Who we learning about? Oh, it's Ori times. Good evening, Ori. How we doing? We're making onion tonight. Here it is. Isn't it wonderful? That's an onion. Actually, probably need to get a little bit more than that. That's not anywhere near enough. So thank you for shouting out, Ori, friend of the community, twitch.tv's own mama. Another talented being on the twitch.tv. Shoot, it's good to see you, partner. This doesn't look like much. We're just joining now. I get it, this is very unassuming. I mean, most great recipes, most great people for that matter, very unassuming at first glance. We just put some bell pepper in the oven. We're making stuffed bells, We're gonna stuff them with some ground turkey. We're gonna go ahead and prep our onion and garlic for the next few steps. I wanna do this. Let's get this layer off. Love this little knife. Why? It's got pockets. So it doesn't stick as bad when you're cutting into wet shit. And that ought to give us enough onion. And get a cute little bowl to put our onion in once it's nice and carved up. We'll do a dice, not a mince. It always needs garlic. Yeah, I think most things I'm looking at, if it calls for like 2 cloves of garlic, we're adding 6. Oh, so it needs a spot of garlic. You see, half of the entire bowl will be going in. Ori, what have you been playing? Have you been keeping your time? Existentially, you good? You okay? If you need to leave a lurk, okay. If you're leaving a lurk, don't. Stave those inquiries. Stave those inquiries. They can wait. Prioritize what you need. That doesn't sound like. We need to focus on answering those questions. We'll get our answers when we're goddamn good and ready. Deal? What's deal? Hi, Pam. How are you doing, Pam? Good to see you, too. Take this cooking stream with me upstairs. That's right. Take me mobile. I travel well. I really do. I'm collapsible. I'm still... To be 39, I'm very flexible. I can go in most spaces pretty comfortably. I gotta be careful I don't use all this garlic. I think I'm gonna need some later for the Uncle Tom soup, as it were. It's kind of an ugly cut towards the end there. Kibo, hi Kibo. What are we commiserating about? It's too bad, Pam. I hope it's not too expensive to take care of. I don't know, Pam before was managing a challenging vehicle situation. I don't know what else is going on here. A new car needs a bumper. Wait, car needs a new bumper. Not new car needs a bumper. Sad you. I await the day, as I'm sure you do too, when you arrive on the other side of maybe even a couple of weeks without vehicles needing expensive repairs. It's time for you. It's time for you, being an inexpensive something to give yourself. In the meantime, perhaps an inexpensive something that provides as much measurable comfort. How about a stream with a community to provide you, how about a stream with a community to provide you validation and affirmations and accommodations? We can do that. And anecdotes, silly bullshit, there's a lot on the dopamine menu. It doesn't fix your bumper. I'm gonna save this. I think that's plenty of money. I'm gonna save this. Okay, you just got that. Sorry. Kibo, what's cooking? I think I hit and run my car while I was working. Got tried to claim he didn't know he hit anything. Sir, and I use the term lightly, there is no evidence. He was bereft of composure, eloquence. Being called sir. Class, even. He was a stinky dickbag. I get it. Okay, he was not nice. He was not cool. Claiming that he was blissfully unaware of having run afoul. You gonna get a dash cam? I think those are a worthy investment. I say investment. I don't know what they cost. I don't know what the average going rate is on a dash cam, but they seem to add an accountability factor. Especially if you're in an area where you don't really have a high level of trust and an arguably rightfully higher level of vigilance around law enforcement and needing that extra layer of protection for any traffic stop, detainment or otherwise. These little cloves are more like slivers, aren't they? This garlic's funky. Timer. We have about 16 minutes left on the bells. And there's not a part of this bowl where the garlic is like matured enough to be worth a shit. I mean, they all matter. It all adds up. It's gonna be enough. I'm just gonna have to use the whole thing. I've got some jarlic in the fridge. I need to use it. And a mott could, yeah, this is kind of unexciting. There's not a lot going on here. Okay, well. Combine 2 of those and we'll have a clove. What does it say? 3? Catch that. I'm thirsty. What do we need? Coffee. I need coffee. Here you are, Peter. Oh, there you are, Peter. Kibo, was that recently? Or are you saying in past tense, much further past tense? Can get meat ready.
Here's my favorite part. Touching slime.
Which I have food gloves for that reason. So I may not need them. These out in case we need. If I were wearing these last time, I probably would have cut my nail off. Let's see, let me move this rag so we don't cook it, and we moving the camera over a little bit. We'll be sashaying. Everybody practice, limber up, warm up, get ready for your first sachet of the evening. Looks like the bottom of this is wet. We use Old Baby Blue here. My favorite. All right, oil and pan. You know, medium heat going. It doesn't say to add any spices to this. That's a little not concerning. I want to trust the recipe. I'm just surprised it didn't say like add anything to it. It just says cook the meat for a bit, take it out. All right, we'll let a pan warm up. We'll go and get this ready. Yeah, I mean, the basic thing is always start with salt and a bit of pepper here. I mean, I've made this before. I want to trust the recipe. The other thing is this is a very low-fat, meaning I think purchased by mistake product here. Usually like a little more fat than that. Pan's warming. It's not gonna hurt to throw a piece of onion in there to let that sizzle. I have to move to a different spot where I park my car at work from now on. Was your situation a hit and run too? Is that what I missed? You mentioned somebody backed into your car while you were working, but I don't know if you were able to actually track down who did it. Jarlic, yeah, not my term, but I'm certainly using it. But you know, it's a good standby. What am I doing drinking this shit coffee? I've got iced coffee left over I can use. Probably pour that in the same mug. What am I after? Ah, yeah, here we go. Got some ginger in there. You know, Jarlic. Cute little Jarlic. I need a bigger container than that. Clearly, we use it plenty. We use it plenty, as evidenced by. Goes quickly. My regular therapist turned into a culinary therapist where she cooks along with a client via Zoom. That's pretty awesome. Are they fans of the channel? See, there's no dual, thanks to the anonymity of the internet, there's no dual relationship risk here. I think that's awesome. There's, I mean, not dissimilar from watching streaming anyway. There's, there's a parallel play component. There's the gamification component. And just a sense of creating an extra element of ease, I think. I like them already. I like them already. Just like Sister Sultry. She's Sister Sultry. Who brings out the best of my butt rock ability. Our sister in retro. I am not breaking this. I am not breaking this. Our sister in retro. I have got to find a better way to use a keyboard here. I've got a remote keyboard in my tablet, which I thought was an upgrade, but I'm still clearly, room for improvement on not knocking shit over. It will happen again. And I accept that. I accept that about me. There we go. Maybe that'll do it to it. Do it to it. Did it. There we go. Sultry, what are we up to this evening? Thank you for coming to say hi. Let's drop in this pink slime, shall we? Let's, ready for your sachet? Everybody warmed up? We're gonna sachet. Sachet now. Come over to the cooktop. That will have to do. Yes, I put a couple pieces of onion in there. We didn't need them yet. Just want to get some visibility on when my oil was hot. Okay. Next step is, that's for the Uncle Tom soup. We're not doing that yet. We have 8 minutes remaining on the bell peppies. Bell peppers in the oven, so those just joining us. Bell peppers in the oven, we're making stuffed bell peppers. We're stuffing them with some ground turkey. This, unfortunately, is 99% fat-free ground turkey. If you're gonna buy ground turkey, get a fattier turkey. I promise you, it's gonna just taste better. Get a fattier turkey. You deserve it. It'll also cook and look and feel a lot less slimy. While the peppers are baking, set aside, medium heat, when hot, add in the blah, 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 5 to 6 minutes, breaking up. Yeah, we're gonna go with cooking intuition here and just add what we know we need. Right, so that means coarse, fresh black pepper, which we'll also finish it with. Turn the heat down some. I'm gonna add a little more oil. Salt. This table salt. I don't like to oversalt. In fact, with most things I make, for a lot of reasons, I deliberately undersalt, because when it comes to plate presentation, not that I'm serving anything up tonight, when it comes to plate presentation, everybody kind of subjectively has their own salt preference, which the beautiful thing is, they can totally add their own at the end. Shows why it got hot so fast. I have it on the double burner. Sultry, I'm okay. Went to a surprise birthday party. Surprise! Were they surprised? Wait, Sultry, did you travel to Arizona for any reason? Because we have like 2 friends with birthdays this weekend. Based on what you're saying, possibly 3 friends with birthdays this weekend. Tomorrow, I was early. When I posted in the Discord, I was early, but gotta love me. Tomorrow is AZ Collins' birthday. Today is Emma Cartoon's birthday. Nope. Okay. Well, God almighty, is it? It's not your birthday. Is it? I'm a shit friend if I didn't get that right. I thought we celebrated you. I can fix it. I can fix it. Make me fix it. Amanda had a bit of a whoopsie doopsie. Welcome back. Welcome back. Reclining too hard in that chair. Now, what was clicking when I was doing that? Something. Ooh, I didn't want that to end up in the pan. Or that. Or preferably those stay on my head. We doing too much. We need to dial it down. Put on spots of Earl Grey or gunpowder tea. Have a biscuit, or here in like 20 minutes we can check on our dessert. We can try that. I have cat hair in most things I make. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. It's an allspice. It's a added value service. One of many added value services of cat ownership. No, gunpowder tea sounds interesting. I think it's delightful. Like most of you, I think it's delightful. But not for everybody. It's dropped. Kibo knows gunpowder tea. It's not that new to me anymore, but I still love the coffee replacement that I was on for. I was on that bullshit for a while, but Ticino has like mushroom powder, like psyllium, and it's a blend of teas. But if you boil it with, like, especially like a good non-dairy milk, you boil it. It's a very nice chai-like substance. Which I know chai means tea, but in context, I think, it's like it makes a thicker, nicer tea that is a little more viscous like coffee. I hate this word, but the mouth feel is like coffee. It has a cuter name. It has a cuter name than mouthfeel. Ticino. Yeah, I'd like one of chai tea. Hey, listen here, Starbucks barista. Listen here, you liberal pink drink making purple-headed Starbucks barista. I want my chai tea. And don't make it spicy. All right, I think this looks good. My friend turned 64. It was to make up. Oh, the surprise party was to make up for the 60th. Okay. Mouthfeel. Moist. I'll see your mouthfeel and I'll raise you a moist. Alright, I think we can turn our heat. No, we're gonna leave our heat there. We're gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna put it in a bowl. No, we're gonna put it in. What am I gonna put it in? This'll do. Pardon my reach, pardon my reach. What's the next step? Does a slotted spoon remove the bone set aside? Yeah, this is hardly effective, isn't it? Well, that'll be our peppers. That's our pepper timer. Good heavens, that's our pepper timer. Let's turn that timer off. I love that last stream I was making oxtail and like searing that and doing a nice reduction in the pan, and this time I'm let's just cook some ground turkey. Tired of fucking around. Real fancy over here. Seal is dry, and a good drizzle of olive oil. I think we could go for adding a little bit more. Ain't no problem with that. So scale it back over medium heat. Yeah. And while hot, and the onion cook for 2 to 3 minutes until soft. And before we do that, let's grab our bells and find a space for them. I'm also gonna wipe that extra salt off the back of my cooktop because that's just kind of messy. Let's take that off the heat for a second. What does it say about the bell peppies here? Remove the onion, use tongs to flip the peppers over. So now they're cut side up, draining any juices from the pan. Maintain oven temperature. Okay, well they look nice and blistered. So again, when I've made this recipe before, let me rephrase, when I've made stuffed bell peppers before, we always blanch them. Blanch. We invite Blanche over and we blanch them. I'm gonna do that this time. What does it say to do? Outside of flipping these over, do we take these out of the pan? Draining any juices of the pan, maintain oven temperature. I guess we're gonna leave this here, but we're gonna take inventory. You know, earlier I was thinking I would have preferred just to cut the tops off of these and leave them to where they could still stand. Because now these look more like, we can still stuff them, but they're less stuffed bell peppers than, I don't know, it's like an open-faced version of the same thing. They're gonna taste fine. They just won't present as interesting. Some of those got a nice little scorch mark on them, though. I do like the way that looks. See how it tastes. Let me find some cork. We're gonna set our peppers over here. Well, we need to revisit them. Yep. Right. Pan's still hot, onion in the pan. It's gonna go for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna press some garlic down. What else do we have going on? Chai tea latte is basically like saying you want a spiced tea with milk, Yeah, it's something. It's a good question, Amanda. Yeah, for the delayed surprise 60th birthday, because yeah, there was a little bit of a blip on our timeline. It was the intention to leave the burner on. We very much intend to leave the burner on. We're using that to do this. Are we adding... Ooh, we need to do another ad roll here in a minute. It's already been another hour. Wow. Starting garlic. Okay, we'll do these for a couple of minutes. Do the garlic last. Okay. Well, let's press these down and get them ready. They're so small. I mean, I'm not complaining, they're just small. If I get hot again. I mean, it was hot, it's not as hot as it was. Yeah, this garlic is just very disappointing. You disappointed me. Fire extinguisher just in case. There's one under the sink and there's one in the pantry. Race and pass. Are you familiar with your fire extinguisher acronyms? Safety acronyms, race and pass. Let's pass, pull, aim, squeeze, shit. I'm trying to matchstick this garlic so I can mince it. All the little, all the cloves are so small, it's hard to get much of anything out of them. It may end up, this is where a press would come in handy. That's one more thing I need to buy. Really key instrument to have in most kitchens that I don't have is a garlic press. But we can get the mushrooms ready. Nice, fragrant. Get our garlic in there. And that was fresh. We're gonna... To the disdain of garlic Puritans, we'll be using a spoonful of garlic. Bleh. It's fine. It's fine. Whoops. Mostly use more than that. I need to try to conserve some of this for the not so Tom Kakai soup we're going to be throwing down later. Lorenzo, welcome in. What's happening? What's up? Garlic's gonna get nice and aromatic. It takes like 30 seconds, really. Like 30 seconds where you smell it, and then you want to turn your heat down so you don't burn your fucking garlic. So this recipe calls for zucchini. I haven't zucchini, but I do have mushrooms. Woo! Okay, that goes the goddamn second time I've scared the absolute piss out of myself. I won't be placing the obviously top-heavy bottle of extra virgin olive oil behind me again. I'm a good cook, but I'm clumsy as all hell. How much bowls of mac and cheese is too much? That's for you to decide. I think everybody has a subjective amount. Let me take this off the heat for a moment. We've got some mushrooms over here to love up on the double up. About. One of my favorite things I've made here is a vegan mac and cheese. Vegan mac and cheese, we affectionately call it mac and cheese. Vegan mac and cheese recipe. I've used a lot of nutritional yeast and coconut milk. We used a nice dummy thick coconut milk and nutritional yeast in that. And we baked it, a nice bake. So with that, how much was enough? I could have eaten an inexhaustible supply of that shit. Inexhaustible. How does cooking include sexual content? Because we tend not to limit what, I guess, well, I used to use the word puritanical. I'd hate to recycle that. The conversation pivots here quite a lot. So just for some preemptive content consideration, I mean, we're not talking about everybody's favorite glass dildo and how to keep them clean at the moment, but just for what it's worth. The conversation is subject to change, and very few subjects are taboo here. And if that still sounds like a freak you want to vibe with, stick around. I will never not laugh at Jarlick. Jarlick is a mainstay. Bless Jarlick. Bless Jarlick. We're going to keep it in our fridge, in our pantry, in our hearts. It's good for us. I don't know if I want to use all these mushrooms. We saw the bell peppers that we sliced up. I mean, there's just not a lot going on there. The other thing is that there was, so I used to have like a political tag on, you know, just for extra content consideration. I'm not a big fan of trigger warning. There's very little evidence to support that trigger warnings are cognitively or clinically effective for that matter, but content consideration I'm a big fan of. For content consideration's sake, I used to have a political tag on there too, but that also is a good way to deprecate and demonetize the stream these days. So we removed that, though a large part of our focus here, and this is my fault, is discussing most things in the realm of mental health, and sexual health would be included as a product of mental health, all things being connected. So yeah, on occasion that does come up. And we freaky around it because we nasty. We freaky, we nasty. I think I'm gonna save some of these mushrooms for the soup. It's not going to be much to save, but I'll save what I can. Okay, these can go in. Sachet back on over here. I think that I can. Also, ad break coming up. I don't know if I can snooze that. I'll snooze it once. I'll snooze it the once, but we will have a 3-minute ad break before too long. So how much hugs is too much? Same thing goes, I think, same thing if not a more liberalized stretch of the interpretation for quantifiably how many hugs is too much. Similar rule of measurement there with the mac and cheese. It is a user's subjective thing to choose. As I think depending on what people are around and who activates our central nervous system is always activated, so this isn't my favorite verbiage, but depending on who activates us and arouses our vigilance and our stress response, we don't always want to be hugged around other people, but if we're around people we feel safe with, bring on them hugs, bring on some somatic experiencing, release that oxytocin, mama. Get it in where you can get it in. We're going to stir that in. Skinny mushrooms, basil, oregano, parsley, thyme, red pepper flake. Basil, oregano, parsley, thyme, red pepper, which I don't have the other stuff out. Basil, oregano, parsley, thyme, red pepper flake. This, of course, is going to be dry. Maybe I didn't want to put that there. Let's move that here. Basil, oregano, parsley, thyme, See, if I had that, retrospective analysis notwithstanding, if I had a do-over, I would have added these seasonings to the damn turkey earlier while it was cooking. Crushed red pepper. Okay, there's everything we need. It's almost time to check on a dessert. Remember we started with dessert? Pambolina, thank you for coming in. Y'all are welcome to and invited, for that matter, to follow Pambolina, who also streams, partner to Mondo Mole, who was hanging out in chat earlier. And that's basil. I find this cap on here a little prohibitive. This was half teaspoon. That's not very many teaspoons, is it? Half teaspoon of everything. Could have just said salad herbs. The salad herbs in general are going to encompass most of these. Also, if you're making salads to take with your lunch or any given day, add these things. Add these things to your salad in addition to your dressing of choice. Your salad will fuck a little bit more if you're adding these salad herbs to them. Where's it going with the content consideration badges earlier, though? Oh yeah, the sexual content thing. I probably didn't mean for that to stick around, but oopsie doopsie. There's that sexual content. It's the language thing. Now, I can see how anybody joining would be like, oh, mental health stream, but then they curse like a sailor and talk about nasty things. I can see how that comes in and somebody would kind of like feel like, oh, that's a little paradoxical. That seems contrary to what I would think, very vanilla surface level mental health chat would be. That ain't it. That ain't me. That ain't it. That ain't me. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we changing? Wait, I think I know that redemption. That's changing the playlist. We changed the playlist. Did you do that? Did you? I don't know. I can't see it. Usually I'm at my desktop, and that gives me a more refined experience where I can kind of keep up with chats so much better. But if you chose to change the playlist, we absolutely can. I'm just limited on what I can play because it might get muted. Or it might mute the VOD when this is posted later. It was Joan Cusack with the boombox. Oh, John. It was been John. Oh, that was the emote I made for AZ Collins. Let me turn this heat down again. It was a redeem. So I have a lot of redeems here. Redemptions you can use channel points for. And there is one where when we go on breaks, when I'm at my desktop and we're doing streams there, I usually play very busy. We call it booty clap rhythm navigational therapy. So like drum and bass, there's songs from older video games, but usually fighting games that are gonna be very dancey, very busy, with the option to change the playlist to something less busy. So I think that's what that redemption was. I can choose a different lo-fi playlist if someone has a lo-fi, or it doesn't even have to be lo-fi, but just a copyright restriction free playlist. If it's on YouTube, if you want to hear it, just let me know what it's called. I'll find it and we can play it. Which is fine. It's also time to run ads again, so if you are unsubscribed, I'm going to preemptively thank you for standing by and supporting the stream. It does help. As it happens, I'm poor, and streaming also helps pay for things sometimes. Not a lot, but some things. So, we're in ads. I'll see you on the other side of them, and I'll be right here. It's like E.T., I'll be right here. I want that to stick. My God, that smells good. I think it's time to reintroduce the turkey. Okay, 3 minutes of ads here. Tunes to tingle by are still playing. Logo to me. So question, am I in just chatting or am I in the food and drink category? If I'm in the food and drink category, I don't know that I meant to necessarily be. It's part of the reason why I stayed in the just chatting category most of the time when I do these. It opens things up. It makes it feel a little more flexible as to where we can go with things. Oh, piss. I was supposed to have a rice cooking. I didn't even mention it until step 7 of stir in the cooked rice. We don't have any fucking cooked rice. But I can do this now. And what I can do is, if we've got some couscous or something, I can throw that down really quick. Actually, cheat codes. I may have some like bagged rice that you can just microwave and stir that in. So we can microwave chef this. That might be an easier solution. I would prefer to have had the nice fluffy basmati rice or something to stir in this, but it says food and drink. Oopsie doopsie. I've toyed with that category before. I think I meant to leave it on just chatting. Oh well. What are you gonna do? We're gonna scare away a lot of new viewers. That's what we're gonna do. Rice. Right, rice. Okay, you stay there. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I think that was probably it. But also, it's one of those things, like, I've hung out in other cooking streams where they use that tag, and the conversation really, not dissimilar from here, can be a pretty fluid thing. Though, I think also a lot of cooking streamers tend to... The word chill is also a very fluid, open-ended thing to try and define, but... the spectrum of chill, I think for a lot, tend to not say fuck as much as I do. Probably finding that in their food and drink streams. I'm selective and deliberate about its use. I don't just throw it out there willy-nilly. We want long grain wild rice or, okay, let's use this 90-second basmati. Let's try this 90-second basmati. Thank you, Aldi. Most of the groceries came from Aldi. Why? Because we're poor and Aldi is cheap and we love that. It's a budget-friendly grocery store. They have this. If, hypothetically, you find yourself in a scenario where you didn't make the rice for the recipe, then 90 seconds away, you have yourself exactly what you need, what you were absent moments before. So we just pinch and break all that up. We're gonna tear the pouch at the top and give it a quick 90-second zap, and we'll stir that into the recipe. And what comes up next? Probably time to give this a quick stir as well. They have so few ingredients in this, it smells really good. I'm actually also surprised that this recipe didn't include, like, maybe I'm also forgetting it, but it doesn't include any tomatoes. It's another thing that I was expecting. One was blanching the bell peppers, the other was adding like some kind of tomato sauce. Ah, here we go. There is tomatoes in this. There are tomatoes in this. Good. Yeah, it was definitely past time for a stir. Some of that sat down on the heat a little too long. It's all right. It's all cooked at this point. We don't want to overcook it. It's the heat level is very low, so it's just kind of warming. Not cooking or burning. Stirring the cooked beef. Yeah. Okay, nutritional yeast, 3/4 cup of tomato sauce. There we go. Nutritional yeast makes an appearance here. Wonderful. What's nutritional yeast? This is nutritional yeast. We use it not as often as we can, but relatively frequently. Stir myself. We'll just do a quick pinky bump of nutritional yeast and get on with ourselves. Oh, that's some good yeast. Some fine yeast. Hot jambalaya. Looks like someone chose to follow. Thank you for making what selfishly would say is a good decision. Welcome in. I'm still thirsty. Alright, tomato sauce. Just plain tomato sauce? I didn't plan ahead for this. I did not plan ahead for this. Again, thank you very much. That follows are anonymous. Feel free to remain anonymous if you so choose. Otherwise, I'd love to know who you are, your pronouns, what your favorite thing to cook is, your favorite Pokemon. You don't have to answer any of those questions. The point is, take up as much space here as you feel safe to do so. 2 tablespoons nutritional yeast, one 15-ounce canned tomato sauce, divided like my personalities. Let's get down to business. I need some tomato sauce. I have tomato paste. I don't have tomato sauce or tomato paste. I do have a giant can of crushed tomatoes, which is way more than I want to use. It's way more than I want to use. I could put that blender to work again. Some of these crushed tomatoes. I really don't want to use that much sauce. But if I have some left over, I can use it for some pasta. Okay, those are all peeled. I have paste, and I have, fuck it. How much is this? This is 28 ounces. Okay. Give that a stir again. Remember earlier when I was a bit whingy and speaking to the absence of a garlic press? Well, guess what I have? I have a garlic press. Lo and behold, the kingdom has a garlic press. Abe from Oddworld, one of my preferred legal team attorney reminded me of Abe from Oddworld. Naturally, you come across so few Abes in this life. As far as like world building, distinct, singular character types, just stories in general. I'm a big fan of Oddworld. All right, so it says 15 ounces of this. What do you mean divided? Stir in the beef, cooked rice, nutritional yeast, 3/4 cup tomato sauce. Okay. 3/4 cup tomato sauce, gotcha. That makes me want to turn the heat back up. I can see why the red pepper flake would go into that too, just to give it a little extra heat. A controllable, measurable heat. We are odd in here. That's the other thing too, it covertly, subtly, implicitly communicates. So expect some weird here, expect some eccentricity. And expect some deep breathing work. It's important to regulate your nervous system, feel a little activated.
It's enough to get me to the boiling point.
The sympathetic is up there. You want to do a little parasympathetic work. It's all in the breath work. You can do it. I trust you. Don't do it like Macho Man Randy Savage. Do it much slower than that. I can't read. Mix well combined. Okay, the rice goes in now. Okay. Cheat codes. We microwave chefed that shit. Ain't nothing fancy about what we're doing tonight, but I mean that's also relatable, right? We don't want to do anything fancy. We're meal prepping. We want something relatable, attainable. We ain't making risotto tonight. think that's mixed pretty well. At what point do we reintroduce this to our poor lonely bell peppers hanging out back there? It's like the chocolate rain guy who steers away from the mic to breathe. I don't know the reference, but maybe someone else does. Or that's like a YouTube thing I can watch later and add it to my comfort tabs. I'll close some of them eventually. Was there early YouTuber? Okay, this is on their known known print of mimetic culture on the timeline. I thought it was more extremely online than that. Can't know them all though. Next, I'm gonna add a little more sauce. Just out of preference, I'm gonna add a little more. And turn our heat back up. Some of the rice didn't break up. We'll work it through. I think eventually I'm gonna come up with my own recipe for the stuffed bell peppers. I'm not to toot my own butt cheeks, but I'm fairly confident I can conjure a better recipe than this. I printed this recipe like 10 minutes before I started stream. Because we were running around most of the day, and after a nap when we got back, I didn't spend much time planning ahead of planning. That's right, Manda. Eric, if you try to drop a link, whisper it to Zombie Phoenix. Whisper that link to Zombie Phoenix. You should be able to share it for anybody. You can also make sure you're not dropping anything too naughty. And if you are, send it to me too. Te Zonde. I have a feeling I'm going to recognize this when I see it. Put this with some salt and pepper again. Oh yeah, nutritional yeast. We want, how much did this want? This is the one interesting thing about this recipe. If nothing else, this feels like a pretty unassuming, unexciting recipe for what it's worth. But I am excited to use the nutritional yeast in this. It's gonna stand out. 2 tablespoons. 2 tablespoons is, okay. Why don't we add one and stir and then do the other? Do the other. We have 1 tablespoon of the nutritional yeast and then we do the other. That's right. Ah, it always smells fantastic when it hits the heat. And it's like you get the aroma of the nutritional yeast like almost instantly. All right, let's add in the oven. Most things with seasoning, you want to season up as high as you can get away with without making a mess, as much as high as you trust yourself to season from above. Maybe a little better surface area coverage than just like, I'm gonna salt a 1/4 inch above my food and put a concentrated dose of that shit right in the middle. Maybe don't do that, but also if that's how you like it, I will not yuck your yum. I will not yuck your yum, unless you need me to. In which case I give very good yuck. All right, that looks good. By looks, I mean smells. What's next? What's next, you silly shit recipe? It's clean. Thank you, Zombie. I'll take have ourselves an old-fashioned gander at it here in a moment. What else we need to do? Scant? They use the word scant. I usually add a scant quarter teaspoon more salt. Okay, so this is going to the peppers. We're gonna turn our heat off. And we'll bring our peppers back over here. The oven is still on. I'm gonna need this pot later, but right now it's in the way. I think I'm gonna have way more filling than peppers I have to use. Some of this we'll just eat on the side. 2008? Or was I in 2008? I was still in college in 2008. Graduated college in 2010. I'm sure I knew about this. Amanda, I may have met you around 2008. Does that seem about right? I may have met Amanda around 2008. Good times there. How do I want to add this in? I don't think my wooden spoon is going to be the most appropriate tool here. Let's use... My spoon is too big! And we're hitting deep on some memetic internet culture shit here. Let's move this over here. Give you a better window into what's going on. It's very bright, isn't it? It's very bright. You can kind of see what was going on there. Was it 2011? It was later than that. Okay, I don't remember being done with, I thought I was still a schoolboy at the time. Well, these are hardly stuffed, but that won't hold us back. They'll plate up a little prettier. I mean, ultimately, these are just going in like little lunch kits anyways, so they don't have to plate up all that pretty. They just have to taste right. They have to be edible. So I think we'll have at least that foundation in place. But again, what I wish I would have done and what I would advise anybody else to do, flop the tops off your bells and just cook them straight up and down versus having them like this. If you want to. You told me to do it, I'm not gonna do it. That's just how my brain works. You told me to do it, I don't want to do it. You told me not to do it, I want to do the opposite thing. I get it. Believe me, I get it. That's called being bratty, and that's also called being lovable as you are. There's so much of this that is not going to go in here. But hey, we'll try one before it's said and done. Not but two more of them. Ooh. Where are you headed? Chat, I will catch up with you momentarily. I know I've left you to your own devices for a few seconds here, and who knows what you've gotten up to. But may you be adequately Naughty. Alright, those are stuffed. Pat these down. You know, I guess the thing to do here is they need a little more heat. The cheap and easy fix for these, is gonna be to like hit them with really any kind of pepper sauce, like Chipotle Tabasco. Fuck, do I have Chipotle Tabasco? Something like that. I was thinking like a vinegar and any kind of extra easy heat, like cayenne, smoked paprika. These need smoked paprika. That's what these need. Oh, where is the smoked paprika? I think I have this amount. Yes! Okay. That's gonna fix these. They're perfectly adequate as they are. Stirring some more of this for the rest. Just gonna make it a little prettier, a little darker, a little warmer. All right, how long do these need to go back in? Bake for another 20 minutes. Okay. Well, that's going. We can put away the extra and then get started on our soup. Timer, 20. Start. Get this back over yonder. You graduated in 2008. What, Zombie, you mean like high school? You graduated high school in 2008? High school was 2004 for me. Now, mind you, it took me, this is when I learned success does not happen on a linear path. So you heard me just say I graduated high school in 2004 and I got my undergrad degree in 2010. That's 6 years on an undergrad degree. Why? Because baby boy had to learn to study. Baby boy had to learn how to study at junior college before we moved on. So it took a while to get an associate's degree. And then we went on to get our BS in Psych. Julia Childs. What is she? She has that beef. What is the French, like, it's sort of like a pot roast, but not really. Beef bon jaune. I'm bastardizing it, and that's not okay. Beef something something. It's one word, multiple syllables, very French. She popularized this dish, and it was in my YouTube feed recently because I've been watching a fuckload of cooking videos. Outside of a need to stir that, I've got a phone somewhere around here. Stroganoff is all I can think of. Beef bourguignon. Beef bourguignon. Bourguignon. Well, boeuf bourguignon. It's like you, it's very savory, very red winey. Bourgogne? I'm probably still not in the wheelhouse of pronunciation there. And that's it. It's Borg food from Star Trek. Consume it, become part of the hive mind. Best and last meal you'll ever have. I can't wait to make it. Look like you prepare the meat. There's different. I've watched at least 3 videos on this thing, so you'd think I would know how to pronounce it better. But all the same, the point is, amidst all the preparation I saw, the tastiest sounding was one where you marinate the beef in red wine for like a day in advance. Okay, let's try this now that we've got the smoked paprika in here. So much better. Something like a splash of like some peppery vinegar sauce in there would really make it sing a little more, but it's tame enough for now. Palatable. Sultry of 2 associate's degrees because they're so long. I think part of it is, there's a whole separate story on expounding the notion of what a lot of people experienced was dog shit academic advising. And sometimes intentionally dog shit academic advising so that the university and predominantly it was predominantly the problem was centered, meaning a pattern around community colleges at the time. And this still persists, but not as bad. But sometimes questionably, if not deliberate, dog shit academic advising to hemorrhage cash out of students who didn't quite have a degree plan yet. So good general studies. Part of the reason why I took A&P and biology and zoology back to back to back. I didn't need all of those. I'm glad that I took them. Mathematics was a woefully challenging subject for me. Anything beyond like algebra 1 and 2 broke my brain. So getting into like, what is it, quadratics and polynomials and whatever else. I had to take a lot of what were considered like remedial prerequisite courses and a lot of forced obligatory mandatory study hours in order to have those classes count towards credit to then be able to like move on and get the degree. So that took some time. So I really don't besmirch anybody who took, longer than was intended to get a degree or even if they didn't finish one. Who was your best teacher in community college? If anybody here watched The Letter People, I'm here. It doesn't ring a bell, but it's one of those things like it might break away some mental cobwebs the moment I see it. Who I miss the most is I had this really wonderfully eccentric history teacher. I loved my government teacher too, because government teacher kind of was sort of a left awakening in a sense, because I was in a deep red county. And one of my extra credit assignments in the government class was doing a book assignment, a book report on a then Senator Al Franken. I've talked about this before too, but Al Franken published a book called Lies and the Lying Liars Who Tell Them. Had a whole chapter on how horrible of a person Ann Coulter is. The book was fucking hilarious, but also very poignant, and I liked his prose and everything about it. I did an extra credit assignment on that, but I guess why I'm pairing the idea together is because I took government history back to back. The history professor there was a guy, Brad Tibbetts, I think it was, little teddy bear of a man, wore consistently sweater vests and had a little belly, little guy with a little belly, short, rigid, frilly, gray, silver, curly hair, expertly shaved every class, had his little sweater vest, and the classrooms at this college were very old, and so still using, tried and true chalkboards, and I don't think he would have had it any other way. With his sweater vests and signature to his entire being, he had chalk dust on his back, chalk dust on his belly, And that was part and parcel because as he's dictating his notes, like you would buy a textbook for this class. You would not need a textbook for this class because you knew every word verbatim, and that's how you passed his exams. You had to copy his notes verbatim, and you had to be faster than he was because the moment he was done telling you to put your period, he was erasing that line on the chalkboard, again, partly with his belly after he got down to the bottom of the board. He was erasing that, and you had to write faster than he did and catch up with him. And so it was notorious, if you took this guy's class, he was notorious for the wrist strain that would develop from most of the students there who, you know, at the time it wasn't exactly ubiquitous to bring a laptop or a tablet to dictate your notes. And more often than not, people would bring like a recorder, like a digital recorder to just, you know, get the information of that later. But everything that he said, mind you, we bought the textbook, didn't need the textbook, everything, no hyperbole, everything that he put on the board in chalk, that he again would erase with his belly and his back, that's the chalk dust signature to him all over him, were used to pass every one of his exams. Outside of that, I never really had like any groundbreaking conversation with him. It was strictly business with him in that class. And what made him my favorite was the one time, and this was one of those, I think we all have these, this was one of those really small moments that turned out to be very poignant for me. I saw him outside of an academic setting. So mind you, I saw him as sort of this like, I don't know, collegiate level Mr. Feeney type, or at least a part of me imagined him as like this collegiate level Mr. Feeney type, but I didn't even know him outside of that. And I just already found him like an endearing character, but where I'm going with this is, I saw him outside of the college setting. I saw him working as a greeter at the local Walmart. So he was, to me, like an upper echelon, tried and true, you know, academic, just poised, professional, eloquent, you know, professor. And then I saw him working as a greeter at the local Walmart, and it was just such a paradigm shift. And this was before I had like any real broadened sense of like a worldview or class consciousness or anything like that. I was still in my early 20s, maybe even 2021. But then seeing him as a greeter at Walmart, I remember asking him like, hey, what are you doing here? And he very curtly, very succinctly, and almost in like a matter of fact, no further questions kind of way, he was like, Mr. Hogue, this is a part-time job. Can I help you with anything? It was like, oh, yes, it is a part-time job. It's just so many other things that I wanted to know but didn't deserve or need to know. Also revealing like pay at that particular university level wasn't high enough if he needed to justify having an extra income by doing something like that, but there was also no shame in it. And I think that was part of what was coming up for him, like me seeing him as him seeing me as a student, encountering him outside of that academic setting. I think a part of me was concerned he was interpreting that as this is beneath you kind of thing. And it wasn't, but I think that was part of what, you know, kind of eroded, collapsed, nurtured, expanded some other aspects of my worldview. It was just, like I said, it was one of those very small, arguably, for some people, forgettable moments, but turned into something that was a little more poignant because I will always remember him outside of that setting and then giving me that very matter of fact, this is a part-time job. So there's a very detailed answer for what may have been a very simple question of who was my favorite professor and why. Just because he gave me that little pearl of a memory to retrieve later on for, I don't know, now. But the health inspector is here. Health inspector. Hi, health inspector. We're good. We have race and pass practices in place if anything bursts into flame, especially me. Very happy to have you here. Buns down. Are we inspecting my capacity, capability, and wherewithal to handstand torque? Because I can't do that right now. And the music isn't quite right for that. I mean, if it's got a beat, I can twerk to it, but it's, you know, just smooth jazz handstand twerk just doesn't quite fit. That's probably not what the health inspector's asking. Welcome in. Still teaching and expanding the minds while even off the clock. Yeah, so I looked this guy up. Last summer he came to mind, and I looked him up and I found out that he'd passed away 5 or 6 years ago. And there was a whole ceremony and like hall and like new expansion of the college. That small little, that's redundant, but small community college had dedicated a lot to him because he was a lot of people's favorite teacher, even if they weren't a history major, because I was a far cry from being a history major. At the time, when I was with him, I was still into journalism. Like, journalism was my thing in high school. I took two years of journalism in high school, was still interested in that, communications, when I went to college. Took a few semesters of journalism, segued into philosophy when I got my beak wet into philosophy, and that was sort of a natural segue into philosophy. Yeah, sorry. Psychology. I got my beak wet into philosophy, that was a natural segue into psychology, and then I was hooked from there. I still love philosophy. It still remains like a domain that I have very little expertise in, but all the same love to wax about it every now and again. For that matter, since that question was put to us, and I haven't started cooking on anything else, since that question was put to us, does everybody else have a favorite teacher from any grade, any level of academia? Also, did I see Collins pop in there? Collins, you have, I don't know, maybe like an hour and a half until it's your birthday, I think. Good to see you, Collins. Let me put some of this stuff away. The meal prep kits here. So the remainder of what we have for our stuffed bell peppers, I'm just going here because we were at least 2 bell peppers shy of having room for all of this. This isn't too many steps away from like a jambalaya, really. But really, is anything too many steps away from a jambalaya? My junior high band teacher was really special. She's probably the reason I'm still a musician. That's really sweet. Was it any singular moment that stands out for you, or were you fortunate enough to have several of those with her? If she were like a mentor to you, or even had some... Clearly she did something with you that created sort of a ripple effect. Thought I needed 2 of those, 1 will do. She found me a great private lesson teacher. She let us play rock music after school. Okay, was that kind of a deviation from the normal format of what you were required to play? It's just like a way to say, like, music can be fun. We don't have to play all the hits. All right, I think we can try our dessert. And it's 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes until it's bell pepper time. those who started stream with us, we made this however long ago, 2.5 hours ago. Nice little chocolate and peanut butter. Don't be mindful of my camera positioning there. See the thickness of that. I'm trying to make a peanut butter dark chocolate bar. So what we're gonna do is cut these down. Let's be careful not to cut my container while we're at it. Also, I'm gonna clean my pan. Also, health inspector, if I didn't respond to you in time, I hope we passed your assessment. You found us capable of continuing worthy. As a health inspector, I think you'll love that every single spice in the drawer is labeled. Alright, my trusty favorite skillet is ready to use again. What do we want to use to break these up? That is not firm enough. That should be, we'll find out. Manda had a really good 5th grade teacher who paid attention to how kids were socializing. She would ask others to sit by people who were feeling down. I was having a friend failing out, and she asked her other girls to hang out with me. I was having a falling out. Okay. So having a falling out, she asked other girls to hang out with me. It was just so nice. That is really thoughtful.
Spud Buddhist
Socially
Kitchen has
considerate,
arrived with
you know?
some sweet, brilliant, beautiful babies.
Welcome in, you sweet, brilliant, beautiful babies, and as I live and breathe, I don't think I know you, but we finna change that. Spud Buddy's Kitchen. Did you find us by way of just the cooking badge and part of it? Welcome in. That's a timer. I gotta check that. Welcome in, everybody. I am Hogue. You can call me Hogue, or you can call me Cable. Follows are anonymous. I stream 4 nights a week. Starting now. It's my streaming Monday, technically. I do cooking streams almost every Saturday for my partner and I. We both work in behavioral health with very different schedules. She's about to start 3 12s, 3 back-to-back 12s. So, meal prep tonight. I just took dessert out for us to try. Dessert first tonight. And I have some stuffed bell peppers I need to take out of the oven. Please excuse my dear streamer. Welcome in, everybody. The other 3 nights of the week, we do a lot of psychoeducation, just chatting. This is an 18 and up channel because sometimes we nasty, which is part of the tapestry we weave for our own mental health. Point is, if you're under 18, lovingly, respectfully, take a hike. If you haven't had enough Twitch for the day, we'd love for you to stick around. We have one more thing to make. My stuffed bell peppers came out right here. I put a little smoked paprika on the top towards the end. Yes, again, follows are anonymous. Feel free to consume as much space here as you feel safe to do so. We do a lot of psychoeducation, pop culture analysis, and chat, and play a lot of retro gaming on real hardware. If that sounds like a vibe you want to freak with,
To tell you the truth,
love to have you around.
I'd like to learn more about you.
Zombie, thank you for shouting out Spud. Also, Spud, let us know what you prefer to go by. Sorry to get my... Sorry, not sorry. I don't think you'd want me to burn my food. How to get the stuffed bells out of the oven. And the questionable prep on the recipe. I've made these before, but never quite like this. They taste fine. I just didn't love the instruction to like cut them down the middle versus lop off the top and use them standing like little bowls. That was different for me. In any case, would love to know, for any of you, what to call you. Pronouns would be especially helpful so don't misgender you. Spud is good. The 3 people, but it's typically Logan running the channel. Oh, you're 3 people. 3 people kitchen. I like it. So do you have, I guess based on that, is it like somebody doing prep? A little collaborative experience in the situation. Welcome in, Crawdalt. Welcome in, Crawdalt. Good to have you. Jalen Jean. Hello, Jalen Jean. Welcome in. It probably took me a while to get around to saying hello. But you saw what was going on. I'm gonna burn things. But you're just in time for dessert. Made a very low effort, high reward. Very low effort. I'm big fans of that. Low effort, high reward. No bake peanut butter bar. It's a lot of peanut butter, maple syrup, oat flour. Blend some oats, make some oat flour. Stir that together. Melt some dark chocolate. Topped it off with hemp seed. What else did I use? Hemp seed, flaxseed, sliced almonds, and flaky sea salt. What am I done on that? I want to try one because I have some iced coffee remaining. So Spud, thank you very much for the raid. Logan, the production guy, specializes in media. Mike is the main host. Chef Caden is our head chef. Well, this sounds, at a glance, a much richer production than here. A lot of this is very amateur home cooking. I did work in a commercial kitchen once upon a timeline. It's kind of where I got my chops. Started off a dish doctor. I was a dish doctor. It was a really elegant title for a 15-year-old. One of my very first jobs was a dish dog at a bistro in my hometown. It was like a bread bowl, salad, nut bread trio, occasionally, bolognese type of place on a special night. Wine clubs on Thursdays in a dry county little bistro. So I went from dish dog to bakery prep to then prep cook on the line over a couple of years. It was a lot of fun. And just an expertly beneficial early job to have, early in life with skills I could translate to just my own well-being later on. But I would say that for anybody, like work a customer service job, work in restaurants. At some point in your life, work in a restaurant. Front of house, back of house, work in a restaurant. It's generally beneficial in expanding a lot of worldviews and class consciousness. I'm too unstable, hi too unstable. We contain multitudes and we celebrate that. Welcome in. Would you like some dessert? This is probably not the tool for the job, but we're gonna find out. That ain't gonna cut through shit. I wonder if I need to pop that out. Let's try this. Ooh. Okay, now that I like. Gotta be deliberate with this. There we go. We're gonna do multiple cuts, then go all the way down. This is not the channel to learn your knife work, by the way. I just want a snack for the moment. Maybe one to share with anybody else who just arrived. Very much focused on the production quality to the degree that my friends get annoyed. I mean, if it's an area of special interest, it makes sense. It's part of what motivates you to create a better channel and ostensibly more enjoyable production for those who are watching. Let me drop you a follow before that idea goes poof. And make sure I'm following you. The pop-out chat on my OBS is horrendous to navigate. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, stay there. God damn it. Just pop this out. Yeah, okay. I can make that as big as I want to. So my usual streams are from my desktop with 2 screens, and then I feel so limited juggling one screen. Where the flying hell did my chat go? Well, we'll be solving that problem later. I don't know what I've just done. I've made this harder on myself. I took a simple thing. Well, at least I have my tablet here. I can maintain some semblance of eye contact. You've been deserted in a desert. Desert. That's the idea.
I don't know you.
You're doing amazing, sweetie. Fix it. I have the capacity. I have the wherewithal. I've got the chutzpah and the moxie. We're gonna do it. It's my first stream. I'm just gonna blame it on that. It's my first stream today. Doesn't that look delectable? We'll be cutting the squares out for sharing momentarily. I wonder if I can just follow from here. Is that easier? Someone follow Spud for me while we're at it. Also follow Spud and check out their team's cooking channel. Oh my god, I've done it. I've followed Spud. Self-love, we've done it. Celebrate the small things. It's part of it too. Back to this, we've earned a treat after that ordeal. Time for a little cafe distresso, you know what I mean, babies? I didn't just say that, Jesus Christ. Here's this, very simple, no bake. You saw what we had. If you want to, there's no more than 4 ingredients in this little sumbitch. But we added more, because we fancy it like that. Flaky sea salt isn't fancy, it's just, it looks pretty. It also makes for a really nice bite. A little giant crystal, very soft crystalline structure of that sea salt on the top of this bite. It's a very satisfying bite. Oh, mama. And pairs so well with coffee. The rest of these are for y'all. Back to the treats. Ignore the Spud behind the curtain, as you like. I'll respect your boundaries, Spud. Until I don't. Crawdolt.
Hi.
Hi, good to have you, Crawdolt. It's a nice little mid-meal prep snack. So I printed off a recipe for like a tom kha gai soup, or tom kha gai soup. It was like a Thai coconut chicken soup. Coconut curry in some cases. I'm missing like half the ingredients for that, so we're making a version, a very bastardized white boy version of tom kha gai. So it'll still be a flavorful chicken soup, it just won't have several key ingredients, but we'll make it again. We'll make it properly another time. Oh, that was a big bite. That was too big a bite.
Let's wash our hands with dish soap.
I'm so glad I used dark chocolate for that. I'll make this easy on the other household members here. By household members, I mean y'all. Happy sales. They'll be in the fridge. Waiting for your fridges over here. Did everybody drop a follow to Spud Buddy's Kitchen? Good. Do not make me do that to my goddamn neck again. Ooh, I have so much to sweep. So much to sweep. We are gonna plate up our bell peppies. You know what? I may save the soup recipe for next week. Come to think of it. I don't want to go that late tonight, and I still have one more thing that I really need to make. One of the few things that was actually requested by my partner to make, she actually needs like some eggs. I usually do a dozen eggs. I'll either boil them, so she has those to take away in the mornings. She'll do like 1 or 2 eggs a day to take 12-hour shifts again. Or we'll do a dozen quick scramble. In this instance, you want to scramble with some feta, which I can do. I made some omelets a couple of weekends ago along with some banana pancakes, and the omelets I threw a little feta in the mix when they were folded, and I recommend it. Tongs. What are the tongs? Let's put two. I think 2 of these a serving. I think 2 of these a serving. Should be good. I wonder. Oh, we've got an ad break starting soon. Still say a brown omelet has been overcooked. I would too. It took some years and some doing, but eventually I learned not to overcook my eggs and not to over-whisk my eggs when doing a scramble, for that matter. So I told myself I go to bed at midnight, so you better go on get your giddy up. Amanda, very good to see you. Hope to see you again, in any capacity for that matter. Thanks for coming to say hi and kicking it with us for a little bitty while. It has been a delight. And if you are nurturing the idea of doing this wild and wonderful thing called streaming, send me a DM and we can set some time to talk about it. I'm happy to help. You're quite capable of doing it on your own. I'm just offering what support that I can conjure if you need. Omelets are not easy to perfect, but once you get it, you got it. Yeah, some of it's preference, and then, like so many things, not burning, cooking. Let's do 2 of these. Let's do 2 of these for each setting. There's not very much going on with these. Also, if I were plating these up, I'd probably have some separate basmati rice to put as a bed underneath them. And honestly, these wouldn't be bad with like a nice area like tahini sauce or something drizzled over. That's if I were plating them up now, trying to make them look extra pretty. Not that I don't want to take away food to look extra pretty for my partner. She gets that plenty. Also, if anyone else needs to follow Amanda's lead, it is late by most time zones account, so if you need to prioritize other things, please do so. Take your PM medications. Drink your water. Go make piss. And yeah, I think I'm gonna change the format here. I think instead of making that soup, I'm gonna save the soup recipe for next weekend when I have more time to get all the ingredients that I want for it. I think we'll just close things out with a nice, easy little scramble. And then we'll get that put away and go on a raid of our own. Thank you very much for that follow. Started a couple of days ago. Are you talking about streaming, Crawdults? I'm getting all bubble-throated now. I'm excited.
You talking streaming?
Let me tell you about the inner critics that come up for us all the time. Some of them result in getting bubble-throated while trying to, earnestly have a dialogue about something. 1 second. We're fine. Crawdult, I think it took me a second for context to click there. So thank you for your patience while I gleaned that insight. So you started a couple of weeks ago streaming. How are you liking it outside of it being crazy and frustrating? Are you motivated to do more? It is, so I'm coming up on a 3-year affiliate anniversary soon. And it's still an alien thing every time I do this. And that's a good thing. Because by alien, I mean there's still some novel component that keeps the curiosity high. And it's still very rewarding. There's like so many of us who would claim to identify as neurodivergent. It can be exceedingly difficult to stick with a hobby, a task, even something we have a special interest in, because eventually we may habituate to that, be bored by something that once interested us, and then want to move the fuck on and do the Andy from Toy Story, I don't want to play with you anymore, fuck off. That may happen with the thing that we like. It hasn't happened with streaming subjectively for me yet because of all of the novelty and the highly fluid state of things. Plastic versus static, I guess. Got nothing else to do, and I like the community aspect. It's an excellent way to occupy your time. What do you like to stream? Are you doing games? Are you cooking? Making and crafting? Music? Some of my favorite streamers are doing music streams. AZ Collins, who was in here earlier, is doing some music streams sometimes. Vila is another one. Love her community. How many of these do I want to put in here? I think I'm going to put more than 2 of these in a container. We've got some cleaning up to do. I think when I'm going to do the eggs, I'm going to bust out my electric skillet and just accommodate myself that way. Easy to set up, easy to clean, easy heat to predict. So I hope I haven't bungled my ad scheduler yet, because it looks like I need to do that. Mostly cooking and cleaning, and if anyone's chatting. I like that too. It almost sounds like an element of parallel play is afforded there. It's one thing, if I am having a work from home day, I'll keep some streams up, those I want to, share some space with. And even if I'm not able to chat, it's a pleasure to have them up because it kind of helps facilitate some other movement, like seeing someone else doing something that they're enjoying. Maybe in a not so weird way helps motivate the tasks that I need to do, which is surprisingly not as distracting as it sounds. I need to run some ads for those unfamiliar with the stream. In most cases where I have the dexterity and the non-dirty digits to do it, I need to run ads, 3 minutes of ads at the top of every hour. It is in fact the top of the hour. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads and we'll see you on the other side of them. And I'll be right here. Looks like we got a little cleanup ahead of me while we at it. I think I know what I need to do. Let's close this window, reopen the chat doc. Log docs, Twitch chat, there we go. Now where did that pop off to? Where did it? Close immediately. There we go. Yeah, body doubling is another active component of that too. Okay, add. There we go. For those experiencing ads, if you need a little extra buffer there, there's the rhyme, reason, rationale why we do it. Body doubling, co-working, yes, fun, enjoying that side of Twitch too. Yeah, it really is, for some of us, beneficial. I can see it having an adverse effect on just as many. A lot of these spices I can put away. I'm gonna tidy up a little bit. I'm gonna get myself right over here. Let's get that put away. Well, this was a good idea. You go here. All these cooking streams, I'm still assessing where I want everything else to be. This stays out. Basil goes here. Crushed red pepper goes there. Thyme, parsley, and oregano. Earlier, just ahead of the raid, if anybody wants to follow along with this conversation, we were talking about, I guess the conversation was kind of isolated around persons in academia. So anybody like K through 12, anybody that you admired in college, anybody like at a teaching to student level that had a profound impact on you. It could be like a singular moment, offering a pearl of wisdom that became an insight that was beneficial to you later. One of those retrospective, oh my God, that was amazing type of moments that you didn't realize until way later. But just someone who impressed on you, that you admired, generally speaking. So I was talking about a college professor that I had some deep admiration for. Others were sharing grade school teachers, music teachers. Anyone they've encountered that created some lasting influence that they may not have encountered otherwise, you know, outside of their family. Let's see where I want this to go. I can go there. Starting to find something to... Okay, I've got containers out already for the eggs that I'm going to make. I need one more small thing. One small container for the last two bells. This should fit. Well, the parchment paper came in clutch here. It was gonna save a lot of cleanup. Meal prepped. That'll be lunch tomorrow, I reckon. Alright, let's clean up and make some eggs, yeah? What do I want to do with this? What am I gonna do with me? Get that tied up. Trying to assess already what I want to hand wash and what's actually going to go in the dishwasher. Mind you, I clean everything before it goes in the dishwasher anyway. I think I can turn my oven off. I don't think I need that anymore. Rest easy, you sweet 400F providing baby. All right, that's off. I need to refill my olive oil. Yeah, the parchment paper captured basically everything on here, so I just needed a quick spray. What else do we want to get rid of? I'm going to get out a metal mixing bowl to mix up all the eggs. I don't reckon I'm going to put nutritional yeast in my eggs. I don't think I'm going to do that. I love the flavor. It's just a little too sharp and samey for what we want the eggs to be. All teachers were enjoyed for various reasons, but hardly had an aha moment from any of them. Yeah, I suppose they all have the potential to have some insight to glean from them. There was one moment in college where I found out I was on the track of failing. We were talking about that earlier too. I was on academic probation early in junior college, and yeah, mandatory study hours. A lot of that had to do with just heuristics, you know, learning how I learned. Was afforded that opportunity in a more intense way than I would have preferred, but all the same, we got there. There's one moment in college I found out I was on the track of failing. It bothered me so much that I left in the middle of class to then go find someone to help you. I told them I might be having a panic attack. Gave me something to think about. Were you? Was that what was happening? Also, if that was the case, I hope you've had very few of them, because those are... I mean, but to say they're uncomfortable is putting it mildly. It's underselling it. It's not like capturing it. I didn't say this on the raid in, and sometimes I do. There's a lot of like, hey, welcome in, I'm these things, and I'm this relevant to your interests. But as a mental health professional, I am also diagnosed with CPTSD, ADHD, and autism spectrum disorder, and we talk about all of those things and more here too. Suffice to say, I hope anybody here feels safe to disclose what's coming up for them, what they've learned, how they've learned to accommodate themselves. Or if they need resources, we do have a Discord. We can point you the right way. We have an active mental health bot running in the channel. No, it is not AI powered, but usually exclamation point depression or exclamation point resources, exclamation point fill in the blank can be a nice starting point. Gave me something to think about. Not sure, I was definitely thinking and speaking much faster, but I'd have a full-blown can't breathe, chest hurts, heart racing attacks years later. That might have been a precipitating event. You know, the body's giving us signals at any given time, right? They're tools that we can identify, notice what's coming up for us, and, you know, in some cases, choose how we guide that experience. But if so much stress has been building, or if it's a system where it was too much, too fast, too soon, our body is going to show up. Our body, in this case, I'm referring to like our central nervous system, is going to show up to protect us. And that's where we get, you know, the fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And, you know, we get the, you know, the rapid heart rate. Yeah, panic attacks, anxiety attacks, not dissimilar. Panic attacks, you're going to get the heart. You're going to get the increased heart rate, perspiration sometimes, racing thoughts, kind of hyper-fixated on one idea, feeling very circular. The pressure on the chest is very common, not feeling like you can catch your breath. Like drawing breath, you are breathing, you know you're breathing. It's happening, but for whatever reason, it doesn't feel like it is a productive breath. And it becomes kind of cyclic because in some cases, people experiencing those type of panic attacks or those who experience panic disorders, unless they learn otherwise and bring awareness to it, are taking those very sharp and short breaths that, because they're sharp and short, kind of reinforce anxious parts to come up. ADHD is a good example for using the bot. There's our real-time support bot at work. That is courtesy of Guardian's Mental Health. If you are a streamer and wish to do so, that bot is something that you can have implemented in your channel for free $99. We fundraised for them a couple of years ago. Thank you for making use of that. Now, it's a good test to make sure it's actually working. So you see we're doing cooking streams, Crawdult. Also, Crawdult is good. You prefer to go by anything else, let me know. If I asked that earlier and it didn't stick, I apologize. Finish tidying up here, and then we'll cook some eggs. Some super exciting scrambled eggs. I say that, there may be at least one person here who just isn't quite comfortable cooking eggs. Not to posture that anything about these streams, or at least not to posture that anything about these cooking streams are at all educational. Okay. Right, that leaves me very little to have to tidy up later. I'm so proud of myself. That's me investing in future me. That there was me investing in future me. We love doing that sometimes. Thanks for the chill vibes, X! Get to bed. Off you pop. Health inspector would have been proud. Good. Yeah, we didn't do anything too complicated tonight. You know, this wasn't the braised oxtail from previous stream. Asked what? I was asking if you go by anything other than the pseudonym that I see in chat. So if you know, I see Crawdult, and you could say, I go by Jesse. I will call you that. I'll call you whatever helps put some respect on your name. Same thing with pronouns. Let's see, what else do I want to put away? Black pepper's gonna stay out. Salt, we want. Salt, we want. Tomatoes, garlic, mushroom, onion. I'm gonna find a place for these. When I come back, I'll give you a follow. See what you're cooking up sometimes. Save half that onion. Salvage these mushrooms. I almost wish I were making some omelets. Because I've got several ingredients out already that would be highly conducive. The omelets I would want to make, especially garlic. Love garlic with my eggs. Tomato sauce. Okay, I didn't use these baking tins. X, I enjoyed having you. As always, X, always a pleasure. X, I look forward to your streaming as well. X will be a new streamer before we know it, and we all know what it's like to start something new. It helps to have people there when we do start. Call you Crawl. I will call you Crawl until you tell me not to. I warn you, the laptop dies often, so the stream needs to be reset often. I know that stress all too well. I had to get a cooling pad under this laptop. I've got a, it's not even very old. This isn't even a 4-year-old Asus gaming laptop. It's like a G14. I bought it like right before the Pandy lockdown hit. It was like my first gaming PC in quite some time. I say PC, laptop, but whatever. It became my first streaming PC. It later became my dedicated cooking stream PC. But it's over yonder here. Here's my pop-out chat I was trying to keep up with. But see, I've got that resting here in the corner of my little prep station. And then resting on a cooling mat because it got a little warm over here and would shut down on us. I had like 3 or 4 cooking streams in a row where we had to learn how to work around that. The other thing is there was like a proprietary NVIDIA software running that caused the fans to run at a lower RPM than was really beneficial. And so I removed that. I installed a different bit of software that allowed me to control the RPMs, run them at a higher rate. That helped. Kind of a lot. And you've got the clips up too. So if anything goes wonky, goes awry, we've got the clips. All right, y'all. The recipes that we made tonight, I will put in the Discord, and we'll save the Tom Kagai for next time. I'll get everything I need on the shopping list. I'm pretty pleased with the way the bell peppers came out, and our desserts. Let me grab my electric skillet and some water. I heard myself getting a little raspy there. That ought to help. is our electric skillet. I'll set that aside for the moment. We got to whisk a dozen eggs, partner. This bowl is way too fucking big, but it's fine. Not but a dozen eggs coming up here, partner. Here's the messy part of this. Make sure there's nothing hanging out in the bowl. And a one. If anybody else is doing meal prep throughout the week, what night is your night of choice? I didn't quite break where I wanted it. If you've got the ability and the resources to kind of cook ad hoc whenever you need, that's cool too. Other topics that came up earlier were, culturally relevant. If you're an online so-and-so, TikTok went dark a few hours ago. Kind of thought it was going to wait until, tomorrow. Has it officially sunsetted? Probably not. We'll see it again in a arguably different incarnation. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Two more. Dozen eggs, do a quick hand wash. For some reorganization in here. I had some, just thought one more thing that would have kind of been fantastic. Still can add it later, but for the stuffed bell peppers that we made, I've got some nice Parmigiano Reggiano. I think would do splendidly on the top of them. Outlet gonna reach? It better. We want do about 325. By the time we're done whisking our eggs, the heat should be ready. I don't know why I grabbed this. I'm so accustomed to using a fork to whisk my eggs. to the point where I almost prefer it. Alright, before we run the risk of the over whisk, we'll add a little salt now and then a little salt while it's cooking. What we're not going to do is over salt it. Because I despise oversalted food and we get enough anyway. Just way too much. Yeah, I'm surprised that ADD is still on there as opposed to ADHD. But also, why wouldn't they keep it? They haven't been using the diagnosis for like 20 years necessarily, but. Also, thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous. Feel free to consume as much space here as you feel safe to do so. Alright, do we have heat? Do we have heat? Let's do a quick sachet. Let's pivot the camera over here. How do I want to move this? I don't want to change the orientation too much. So I dirtied up my favorite spatula. At least for this part of the job. Got some extra virgin olive oil down. Check the temperature of my pan. That'll do. Okay. Quickly. Do not need this. We are going to use this. Drop the eggs in later. I didn't over whisk, and what we're not going to do is over stir our eggs. We're going to fold these a few times. That's going to make a delightful, fluffy scramble. That's not going to do what my parents taught me to do, and that's going to be an egg situation where you got the absolute shit stirred out of them. You mind if I do another, just read them side by side? No, that is there to use. Let's hit that with another round of salt and pepper. Now I put extra virgin olive oil down. If you want the absolute tastiest eggs possible, use unsalted butter to cook with. You're just gonna get, butter makes everything better. I just don't cook with it often because, well, you know, health. But all the same, I would not argue with anyone. Like, placing butter down is gonna make a better, tastier egg. Same thing if you wanted to add a little bit of cream, dairy milk or otherwise to your eggs. They're gonna be a little fluffier. These are about done. It's not a bad way to do a dozen at a time. See, OCD and ADHD, that's a hell of a combo, isn't it? I'm not going to say it doesn't exist out there. That would certainly be a challenge to live with those needs. ADHD is enough for me as it is. Alright, these look good. We don't want to overcook. I'm going to turn the heat off immediately. These look good. Nice, fluffy, not over-whisked scramble. Not over-whisked, not overcooked. Not over-scrambled. Now what I'm going to do with these is set them aside in different containers and top them off with a little bit of feta, because that's what was asked of me. And that will be the breakfast my partner can take with them on their route to the hospital. Okay, we're going to set that down, get this out of our way. And that electric skillet is arguably the easiest thing I have to clean ahead of me. Let's get this back over yonder. Well, usually that's hidden, but eh. That's what I was diagnosed with some 20 years ago, still learning. Really? Is there anything you care to share about that? You're more than welcome to. I'm missing one container. No, I'm not. I'll just use a smaller one. Actually, do one big, two of those. These travel pretty well. They're just teeny tiny. They travel pretty well. They're just... Let's try them. I've never used these. I've never meal prepped with these, but I like them. They're cute. They are darling. I grab my feta. Feta. Do I have one of those that's already open?
I do.
Right on. A spoon. Let's portion these out. I was pissed about it for a time for reasons rightfully so, like anything about our internal state that, and again, this is underselling it, but anything about our internal state that affects our external state and our ability to accomplish our daily living activities can be a motherfucking challenge. Reason I can't articulate, and that's okay. I won't tell anybody here to share any more than they're ever comfortable with, for that matter. It's not particularly helpful at that point. I can tell you the test I was given is funny in hindsight. Okay. Let's get a couple of bites in there. This should hold, each one of these containers is pretty small. It should still hold, so about 2 eggs. 2 eggs apiece. So we're going to top that with some feta crumbles. There's not much left in this container. I'm glad we got some more. All right, let's hit that with some feta. About like that. Top it with some extra black pepper. And that is going to be a delicious little breakfast to have in the morning. Feta and scramble. I say breakfast in the morning as opposed to breakfast for dinner, which is one of my favorite things ever. Let's do that. Like that, looks like a good portion. I'm gonna open that. Oh yeah. pinned my chat to a very unhelpful place in OBS. I mean, it basically disappeared, but I'm not using that to keep up anyway. So I was brought in, the guy immediately ticked me off because it was like 9-ish. He spoke to me in like kindergarten. That were like infantilizing, welcome in, big guy, kind of, yeah. Really talking to anybody at less than their age, not talking to them respectfully is just infantilizing, is not okay. Spoke to me like I was in kindergarten, and that because first part was him talking to my dad about boring stuff that the adults are talking to you. Purposely looked around the room for toys to ignore him when it was my turn. He asked me to draw a tree. Okay, there's that. You were like, here's the giving tree, giving nice things to me, and here's you not getting a goddamn thing from the giving tree. Know why? 'Cause you suck. That looks like another good portion. I didn't pepper that last one, did I? Meant to, didn't. Easy fix. Or did I? Wait, which one did I not do? That one's done, clearly. This one is not. Alright, there is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We are all set. She is set. The me is set too. I just don't have to get up at 5 a.m. Graciously, I don't have to get up at 5 a.m. If anybody would have guessed, I'm not a morning lark. Never have been. My ancestors were one who presumably tended the fire overnight. Had the hardest goddamn time getting up in the mornings. And please, for the love of everything that is pure and good about this world, do not invite me to an 8 a.m. meeting. It's hard. It's very hard for me to be funny at 8 a.m. I've not yet, at 8 a.m., I've not yet had a moment to find the wonder in the world again. I've not yet found my existential satisfaction. But I get there. At first I was still angry at him, so I was like, okay, I'll just draw this tree like a kindergartner, whatever. So I handed it to him like 3 seconds. And I looked back, I took it back and put lots of focus into the detail in the grass and around the tree. I changed my mind and was like, I guess I can do a little bit better at that. So in hindsight, it makes a perfect sense. I think I'm understanding you. You didn't want to give him something like, even though he had shorted you and made you feel presumably less than, you had every opportunity to kind of reciprocate that energy. And a part of you wanted to. You still felt like there was some opportunity to do a little more. You're saying that was a big takeaway moment? Don't need this. I guess the question there is, how was that received? Also, at this point, you don't have to answer, but thank you for sharing any of it, because it is a very interesting anecdote from your early life. Because even in haste, and you're wanting to not add extra detail, you did anyway. Another question might be, how is that reflected in your sense of self now? Like, where do you see the extra bits of detail coming out in your daily practices, or things that you like, or what you still might draw? Okay. Sometimes when I'm doing meal prep and putting everything away, it is like a fucked up game of Legos. Not Legos. Fucked up game of Tetris. Legos I would prefer. Fucked up game of Tetris, getting everything organized in the fridge in this instance. Everything fit flush. It looks good in there. Suffice to say, I'm proud of me. Done well. So anyone I can see would look like ADHD, OCD at a glance. Yeah, I understood what I verbalized there may have not affirmed that. In so many words, that was understood. But also thank you for clarifying, because in that attempt, it may have not sounded like that. How was received? I have no idea. We got the prescription, told my dad we're never going back, and he agreed, so I guess he understood. Okay. Where am I going to put this? I think we are tidied up as can be. Zombie, been listening the entire time. A calm voice while I make caveman noises at the desk. Wait, Zombie, last I recall, you were building a desk. Did you finish building that desk? It ate a screw that I'll never get back. Decided to wedge in a screw in like an arbitrary place. There's a screw left over from this kit. It's got to go somewhere. Give me the power drill. Yeah. It's a counterweight screw. Cuts wind resistance. Craw, thank you for sharing that. Do my clever best to, glean what I can coming from chat. But if I wasn't quite picking up everything you're putting down, thank you for sharing anyway. Zombie, more like I needed it somehow wedged into an opening, and now it's forever trapped inside of a leg. Ooh. So you're saying tomorrow when I see you streaming, you won't be at a new desk? We will be. I feel like I need something prettier here. In like previous cooking streams, I've ended with like a plate presentation, and here I've got nothing for you because I ate earlier. We had our dessert. I am very pleased with this new camera though. I don't know if I want to tighten the shot up a little more, but I'm very pleased with this new camera. So swishing that water around made me very aware of how much shit I probably had in my teeth. Hopefully none of that was picked up by this wonderful 1080p new camera. is K. Where is he going? Speaking of going, where are we going? We're gonna head. There was a cute little link he dropped in chat earlier that I missed. I'll have to watch that video later. Oh, that's right. That's when we were expounding on the internet of old. The olden time medic culture. Oh, cool. We're almost at, we have surpassed 666 followers tonight. Metal. We're at 667. We did it. We beat the 666. We finally get to do it. What an expert time to drop this.
Go away, Satan.
Stand beside me, Satan. Let's go on a raid. Let's bring this dark-sided wonderfulness, kick it in somebody else's living room for a little while. Before I do that, accolades for the evening. We must dole out. We must distribute our flowers, our confetti, in our gratitude. Trying to check the activity feed. We had some shit going on tonight. Got lots of new follows. Kiwi Baby Cakes, thank you for the follow. Kiwi, thank you for hanging out with us. It was nice meeting you earlier too. Sarobi came to see us. Sarobi, thank you for the bits. Senior Donuts for the 1,000 bits. Senior Donut, that was very generous of you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Chunty Chunt, I love that name, Chunty Chunt. Thank you for the follow. We're halfway to a sub goal. We're halfway to the sub goal, so neat! There was a gift bomb. There was like a sub gift bomb earlier. Who did that? We got a raid from Cherry Bon. Oh yeah, it was also Senior Donut with the five pack there. Donut, if you're around, you have the option to submit a recipe to me for the 5-pack. You have the option. When you donate 5 subs, you're automatically entered into a chance. A direct instant win chance to submit a recipe to me for one of these exact moments. And we'll make it. I'll get at you later. I'll tug on your sleeves later. Cherry Bond, thank you for the raid. Good to see you, Cherry. What else happened? Manda was in here. Very good to see Manda. A couple of follows who didn't show up in chat, so we'll protect that confidentiality, won't we? Spud Buddy's Kitchen. The monster raid, Spud Buddy's Kitchen. Thank you for coming to see. Bringing your community over here. Y'all reciprocate in kind. Check out Spud Buddy's Kitchen and see what they got going on. We might can learn a thing or 3,000 over there. I might learn some proper knife skills and how not to lop off the end of a fingernail. Remember we did that last time? Don't recommend that. It might actually show you how to do something properly. And everybody else, Crawdults, thank you for kicking it with us and sharing a little bit more about your early childhood experience, your life with that diagnosis, and your streaming. Who we want to go see? A.Z. Collins. Happy birthday. Okay, you've got like 10 minutes, I think. But at this point, we're an hour apart. Happy birthday to you. In 12 minutes, I think, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Stud Muffin. I said it, it's true. Why did that not work? Oh, god damn it, that really doesn't punctuate anything because I used 2 exclamation points. Fixed it. And we got the Manic sliding in here. Manic, no family is safe when he sachets. Manic, very good to see you. We fitting to go on a raid. I'm wrapping up. I think 4.5 hours is plenty cook and stream, plenty kitchen time enough. Hey Collins, you want to spin up a little late night birthday snack for us and just go live and then we'll come raid you? Give you some birthday pankins? This time last year, I was hanging out. Manic was hosting me. Thank you again. One of my favorite memories from last year in general, but just, or ever for that matter, but starting off last year around this exact weekend, gonna hang out with Manic and Collins. At the 1 year anniversary right now, Bubbas. Doing that. Collins, you do the thing when you're goddamn good and ready. It was just a cute little hypothetical. We just having us a cute little hypothetical of... Ain't no thing but a honey butter chicken wing. Who we want to go see? Who we want to say hi to? Let's open up yonder twitch.tv and see who amongst the concurrent 1.5 million other streamers at any given goddamn time who we want to go say hi to. There's a lot of my favorites up tonight. And the good news is I can actually hang out after we raid, unlike some other cooking streams where I still have like an hour and a half of cleanup after me. I think I want to go say hi to Abby Jams. Abby Jams is another retro streamer. And it's like when we're not doing cooking streams or chatting, we play a lot of retro games on real hardware. Manic doing the most there too. The bastion of the old school, the artisan of retro. Come back to Streamland Dreamland approximately soon. Generous use of the word approximately there. We're gonna say hi to Abby Jams. She's participating in Jankuary, and she is playing Green Dog the Beach Surfer Dude? A janky skateboarding game? I don't know, it looks janky but also kind of adorable. So we're gonna check that out. I'm gonna say hi to Abby. Whilst we go say hi to Abby Jams, be on your cutest behavior. I'd love for you to know that we do have a raid command. And as brains that stay together, play together. That is my punched up verbiage for synapses that fire together, wire together because they mother loving do. You can change your mind. Neuroplasticity is a thing. You are not the thoughts you experience. And you are changing all the time. There is the second raid command. If you are not subscribed, you can also use whatever emotes spark the most joy for you. They ain't gotta be mine. It ain't gonna scratch my paint. If you use any other emotes, but do please use that verbiage. And we're gonna say that hi to Abu Jamu. It's Abby Jams. Please stick around for the raid. And I can't very well raid without my preferred tune of choice, which is here. I will be back tomorrow afternoon at the latest 5 p.m. Earlier if I can be. May go a little bit later because we have to finish, or get as close to finishing Legend of Legaia as we can. There's a lot more I want to do for the end of the month. And maybe I'll have some extra time to like post calendar updates and schedule something with Collins to do our Hot Ones interview. But we're gonna wait till after his birthday to schedule that. I'm just thinking of other fundraising incentives that we did last month that I still need to fucking schedule. We'll look forward to a 3-year affiliate anniversary stream eventually. The primary thing on the docket tomorrow is get as far as we can in Legend of Legaia, so very cozy. If there is any mental health, research, neuroscience news I can pull up, we'll chat about that first. Any old hey, Crawl, happy to have you around. Join us for the raid. Abby's channel is a gas. And if you didn't get in the Discord and would like to get a key to the front door, send me a whisper. I'll get you in there. Find me on the socials. I got the Instas. I got the threads. We're doing Blue Sky. We're too extremely online. We'll dial some of that back too. The raid has started. Join us if you can. Come say hi. Would love it if you do. And I'll be back around as soon as I can if fortune favors us. I will go my way. You will go yours. If our paths cross again. Bitch, it's beautiful. Let's go say hi to Abby. And if you didn't already, tell Lazy Collins happy birthday. That's not a request. Kisses, hugs, and belly rubs.